Hey everyone.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon and good early evening for some of you. Welcome to the conference After Concrete, Materials and Energy in the Anthropocene at Columbia University's Graduate School of Architecture, Planning and Preservation. My name is Lucia Ale. I'm an
I'm
associate
Forrest Meggers.
professor, and this is Forrest Meggers. I'm an associate professor of architectural history and theory at Columbia. And this is my co-host and co-conspirator, Forrest Meggers, who's assistant professor in the School of Architecture and the Adlinger Center at Princeton University, where he runs the appropriately named Chaos Lab. This is the second conference Forrest and I have convened. The first took place in the fall at Princeton University. Today, we're being virtually hosted by GSAPP at Columbia, for which we want to thank heartily the Dean, Amal Andraus, as well as Laila Kadlier, the Director of Events, who is with us today and who will keep us on track. Please note two things, that our original date for the conference was a month ago. We were rescheduled out of consideration for the demands of the Graduate Student Workers Union at Columbia University. The strike has now been suspended, although the negotiations continue, and we encourage our audience to educate themselves on those negotiations. I'd also like to say that Forrest and I are joining you from Brooklyn and Princeton in the United States, land which has been unceded by Native communities, the Lenni Lenape people, and even more pertinent to our topic today, we want to recognize the massive amounts of energy, of coal, which are being extracted from the ground in and around Navajo lands in the West, in order to make the energy that makes it possible for us to run this conference on Zoom. So by way of introduction to the conference, I want to introduce the conference by saying that, by repeating a statement of kind of disciplinary humility that Forrest and I have, which is that neither one of us is a concrete specialist. I'm not a historian of concrete. He is not a material scientist or engineer. And yet concrete is unavoidable for thinking across our disciplines. And concrete has been our kind of lingua franca as we've worked together as a technologist and an engineer and a historian. Arguably, concrete makes possible thinking how we know the built environment across disciplines today. So just want to take a small detour just to get us in the mood. There's a beautiful story of etymological origins of the word materials that's often repeated by scholars of material, whether in the history of architecture, the history of art, also the history of science and technology. And it's that the word for matter and materials share a common Latin root, which is mater, a root that both means mother, therefore connoting a kind of human creative power, and that refers to wood, more specifically to matrix, the core of a tree, which is fibrous and therefore ideal for making. So the kinship between these words is usually told to urge us to think materially or concretely about the slide from specific knowledge to generic knowledge and general knowledge in any knowledge production. So it's not only that specific materials somehow, that materials are a specific instance of something that we call matter, which is more abstract and more general, but that the abstract notion of matter, the thing that subtends all of the natural environment around us, always in some sense presupposes a tree, and a particular tree, and a logger's attitude to that tree. So it seems to me, I'm telling you this story because it seems to me that today, concrete performs that conceptual function in much of academic discourse. It helps people across all sorts of fields, both technical fields and academic fields, think between the general and the specific, in the same way as wood used to perform that function in that story of etymological origin. Concrete today is a paradigm of something that seems given in the environment and also provides a matrix for thinking about all human making in a kind of technologically intense age. Concrete looks like natural stone, but is human made, and it continues to affect the environment through CO2 emissions long after it has been set and performs as a building. It's technologically sophisticated and yet easy to use and apparently locally made. Unlike wood in Roman times, but very much like any given tree today, concrete forces us to think about the role of labor, about temporality and energy in the built environment today. So concrete is inherently interdisciplinary, and yet the conversation about concrete itself is seldom interdisciplinary. And this is the gap that Forrest and I have been exploring for now, I guess, 6 years. And in these two conferences, we are bringing more people into the discussion. Our first conference brought people who could tell us a little bit, and we'll tell you in a little while about our own collaboration, our own research paper. But for now, just to make a distinction between the two conferences, we had a conference where we brought people who helped us think more specifically about how concrete something that is as made. And today we seek broader connections about concrete affects all making. So Forrest.
So the first conference and was extremely engaging. And I think the best part was the interdisciplinarity of the participants. And we hope to achieve that again today. But first, I thought it'd be useful to lay out a little bit of the takeaways from that first conference to set up our paper that does focus, as Lucia said, a little bit more on how concrete itself and the cement inside it is made. And today we'll pivot a little bit more toward what concrete is used to make. So in the first conference, we brought together experts that looked at the detailed aspects of concrete all the way down to the atoms inside it and how exactly it functions in the environment. The focus being on the fact that generally between both historians and engineers, we treat concrete largely as a relatively static thing in our environment once it's cured and set in place. But even once it's cured and set in place, there are dynamics going on inside that concrete that haven't really been given the importance that Lucia and I thought was relevant. And that's what the paper will start off again with today, our sort of polemic around the lifespan of concrete being related to this phenomenon called carbonation, and how that places a fundamental limit on concrete that's not really appreciated either by historians of architecture and what that means for our built environment and its longevity, as well as to engineers who sort of set the standards and decide how long concrete should last and analyze the properties of its fundamental chemical structure. So that sounds very detailed, but in fact, the conference was not about the details. It was about the conversations between experts in one domain of the concrete itself, like researchers from ETH that actually corrected Lucia and I on some of our science, as well as historians that helped us to expose narratives around longevity and obsolescence. That conference is online. Feel free to revisit it if you like. Today, we're going to try and shift a little bit more toward one of the polemical statements we'll come to at the end of our paper around concrete's larger role now, not just in carbonation of itself, but in the carbonation, arguably, of our whole atmosphere in our current moment of the Anthropocene.
So the paper Forrest and I have been working on is about the carbonation of concrete. And some of you may have heard us present this in the past. It is the provocation we gave to our speakers. And so we thought we would quickly run over it, kind of abridging the beginning, but getting to the kind of provocation at the end, which is about the Anthropocene. So I will do that now by sharing my screen. Please nod if you can see. Okay, so our paper, which is sort of imminently going to be published, is titled Concrete is 100 Years Old, and it concerns one equation, the carbonation, which defines the conditions under which any concrete reinforced structure, so any concrete structure which has also reinforcing steel in it, fails through carbonation. The equation is here. It says that the time to failure is related to the depth of the steel away from the edge of the concrete. Now, if you plug into this equation the standard specifications for any standard reinforced concrete structure today, you will get the result that concrete fails in about 100 years. Now, before you protest that this is not exactly 100, that there are many other mechanisms at play, this is correct. But even without many precisions and many ongoing refinements of this equation, you get the surprisingly determinate outcome that it takes about 100 years for any reinforced concrete structure to fail through carbonation, barring any other kind of failure such as demolition or other sort of environmental events. If you add to this the historical fact that concrete was invented about 100 years ago, again, it wasn't exactly 100, but about 100 years ago is when concrete became the dominant modernizing force for the built environment across the world, ensuring that not only houses, but also buildings and roads and bridges are built out of concrete. You get a surprising coincidence, which is a kind of amazing image that a moving wall of obsolescence, of physical failure, has begun to rake through the built environment, ensuring that much of what is built today is sure to fail in about 100 years, not only roads and bridges, but infrastructure for energy and for many of the homes that people self-build around the world today. So we decided to research this equation and to render, as an exercise, a correct description of this equation, both for historians and for engineers, something that would be correct in both of our fields. So Forrest is about to explain to you how this works. I'll just go to that.
So one of the most important things we should recognize about concrete is that when we say concrete today, we are almost always referring to reinforced concrete. And obviously that was not always the case. The concrete that is 100 years old is reinforced concrete. And when we put reinforced concrete together, we end up with steel buried under concrete. And of course, the failure mechanism is the rusting of that steel. Now, in early days, people didn't know why the steel was rusting, and it was thought that it was just oxidizing because oxygen got into the concrete. But in fact, there's a much more interesting and long and slow process at play, which is carbonation. And the way that it enables the failure of concrete is through the diffusion of carbon dioxide through the pores of the concrete above this reinforcing steel. Remember, the steel is there allowing all of the concrete structures we see that span long distances to be able to span and hold their weight in tension. And so when the carbon dioxide is diffusing into the concrete and carbonating it, the carbonation changes the pH of the concrete. The high pH of concrete is actually what prevents rust from occurring on the reinforcement. So having high pH does not allow oxidation to occur, but carbonation reduces that pH. And that is actually what allows the initiation of rusting and that what we call delamination of the reinforcement from the concrete, thereby eliminating its structural tensile strength. And the equation then obviously has several components. And what we did is we did set up an interactive website. If Lucia, you want to stop screen sharing momentarily, I will show everybody their hard work. We worked with a web designer to put together an interactive system that you can change the thickness of concrete. I can put it at sort of a typical depth here. And then you'll see the sort of simulation of the slow moving carbon dioxide here at the bottom. You can see the longevity gets added into a histogram here where you can look at the previous results. We sort of start with some standard depths for different scenarios. And then that coefficient that you saw in the equation is represented by what properties the concrete has. In this case, talking about here, low porosity will make the concrete have a much shorter lifespan, or a low porosity will make it have a much higher lifespan because the CO2 can't go through the pores as fast versus a high porosity. And then Hamada we'll come to momentarily, sort of the first number coefficient, which is relevant because the history of this equation is one that wasn't really appreciated because it was such a long time in development, and it has a very interesting relationship to material science.
Okay, so if you give me back the screen, I'll go back. So one of the things we looked into is why the science behind this equation has been known for quite a while. Experiments were done on the carbonation of concrete early in the teens in Japan. The first time this equation was proposed by a Japanese scientist, Minoru Hamada, in 1928. It wasn't published internationally until 1968 in English, and then was retested by a Swedish researcher in the 1980s, and eventually has become a kind of a subfield of material science. But the question we asked ourselves was, why did this equation not make a bigger impact? One of the answers is that concrete was entirely bound up with the centennial culture of the early part of the 20th century, when concrete's novelty, its secularism, its abstraction, its capacity to be molded into any form was announced with incredible amounts of historical hubris. And indeed, this was, and being able to announce that concrete will last a century, that it was the material for a new century, was integral to its seemingly lasting forever. So I'm showing you a patent that was first awarded the prize for the patent of the best invention at the 1900 World's Fair, which was for the NEB concrete system. Paradoxically, calling concrete secular and saying that it would last 100 was almost equivalent to saying that it was a permanent material and that it was secular, and calling it 100 made it seem metrical. It was kind of bounded up with the tendency to count up history in multiples of 100 rather than, let's say, kingdoms or fiefdoms. Now, this has affected we did a study of the lifespans that were given in various countries over the world over the years. So in 1911, for example, the UK said, researchers in the UK had said that reinforced concrete could last between 75 and 900 years. 1975 in India, in 1979 in India, it was 30 years. Still in 1986, you can find a textbook that says that if you build something out of reinforced concrete, it will last indefinitely. A second factor we have found for why the carbonation equation did not make a bigger impact was because it was couched and siloed into various research enterprises. So Minur Hamada, whose research is shown here, was a very international figure. He had done part of his research based on the failure of reinforced concrete buildings in the San Francisco earthquake of early part of the 20th century. And yet he was also involved in a number of other research enterprises. He was testing concrete for failure against fire, war, etc. And so it didn't seem particularly necessary to globally question the validity of concrete. Similarly, Kyösi Tutti, the Swedish researcher who took the equation and verified it by feeding it with data from the Swedish built environment, was very much invested in the validity of the modernist paradigm, buildings of reinforced concrete that were being built since after World War II all over Sweden. And indeed, once the equation itself, the carbonation equation that we've been talking about, which is the one that explains this universal failure mechanism of reinforced concrete, once it was brought into the material science and engineering discipline, which was sort of becoming big in the 1960s and 70s, it also didn't make a big splash because material science and engineering was a kind of discipline invented precisely to host this kind of equation, but not in order to critically reflect upon how buildings had been built or how materials have been made, but rather to invent new materials. And so we arrive at this paradox by the end of the 20th century that the carbonation equation is known and it becomes obvious before it seemed to have become important. So back to Forrest.
And the real challenge was thinking about how in the time frame of carbonation, what other things are important. And at that moment when material science was investigating the equation, at the same time, we were becoming much more aware of a different form of carbon, which is carbon emissions. And it was not yet tied up to concrete in the same way. And so when we think about the timescale now of 100 years, all of a sudden today, that's become much more relevant. On the news every morning, we hear something about various agreements on the order of 50 to 100 years to mitigate carbon emissions. And so today, what we want to argue is that we need to start thinking again about 100 years. In the first conference, we talked more about how relevant that is to our infrastructure and to the fundamental aspects of concrete and the history of this equation. And today, I think we're going to try and focus more on how looking at atmospheric carbon relates to the fundamental carbonation process of concrete itself. If we look at the time frame of what's happening, it's very conveniently aligned with this challenge over the last 100 years of the increased carbon in the atmosphere, slowly warming the planet. And at the same time, somewhat coincidentally or somewhat problematically, the emissions of CO2 from concrete now being the largest industrial sector of emissions of 5 to 8% of global emissions, just being from making the cement to make concrete, those CO2 emissions now feed back on that process itself. So we've increased the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. We've changed the climate, temperatures, and weather. Those things feed back directly on that process of carbonation in the concrete itself. And thinking about the sensitivity of that process and closing that loop in a more broad context as well, seeing how those things are related and how we need to step back and understand how the dynamics of our seemingly static materials play out globally across infrastructure, society, and systems is something that I think we want to dive into today to investigate really how are our broader challenges around materials and their impacts characterized in longer timeframes that we can have a healthy conversation historically and technically using sort of concrete as this hinge to investigate and set up this interdisciplinary discussion.
Okay, so these are the people we want to thank for our who's been working on the research with us. So concrete feeds its own failure, and we've invited a very exciting group of people to help us think about that. Two notes about the panels. We have a panel filled with scholars and then followed by a panel filled with technologists and then a keynote by a scholar of technology. We don't really mean it to be so dichotomous and disciplinarily bound. We are actually trying to create a narrative arc. As you'll see, we will end with Dan Steingart, who is at the heart of sort of most recent thinking on energy storage. And we begin with Nimrod Ben-Zev, who's telling us a history of 100 years of construction and labor in Jerusalem. So the way it's going to work is that I'm going to introduce the first panel. I will give everybody a very short bio, but we encourage you to go to our website and click on people's bios. They have fascinating achievements and they're fascinating people that we are very happy to have brought together. After each presentation, which will be quite short, we've asked people to make short presentations that don't shy away from technical specificity, but also give a broader understanding of what the main point is. After each presentation, we'll have 1 or 2 minutes for immediate questions, urgent clarifications about what they've just talked about. And then after each panel, we have a large chunk of time for broad Q&A, and we encourage everybody to put their Q&As, their questions in the Q&A. So our first panel, yeah, go ahead.
More importantly, we hope to invite anybody with fantastic questions to join us as panelists.
Yes,
and be as engaging as possible. We want to. The last conference was extremely dynamic, and we want to bring that dynamicism back.
If you ask the right question, we may just ask you to ask if you would like to be elevated to the panelists so that we can see your face and have you live. Okay, so I'll start with we're a little bit behind, but hopefully Lila does not resent us too much for it. Our first panel presents ongoing research on environmental, economic, and technoscientific agency that circulates in the built environment, and hopefully helps question what is an architectural scale, what is building life, what is the formal concept of progressivism and how that's connected to concrete. So our speakers will be in order. The first one will be Nimrod Ben-Zev, who's a postdoctoral fellow at the Polonsky Academy of the Van Leer Institute in Jerusalem. Our second speaker will be Gabriel Lee, who is a Cassius Marcellus Clay Fellow in the Department of History at Yale University. Our third speaker is my colleague Atiya Korakiwala, who is an assistant professor in architectural history and theory at Columbia GSAPP. And our fourth speaker will be Sophia Roost, an anthropologist who is currently a Coleman Fellow at the New York Public Library. And with that, I will hand it over to Nimrod.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Thank you very much, Forrest. Let me just get my presentation started very briefly. There we go. So thank you very much, Lucia and Forrest, for inviting me. Thank you to Lila and Lucy for making this conference happen, despite all the global and local challenges encountered along the way. I think we were all sort of on edge when the conference was last scheduled to happen, and I'm sure most of us, if not all of us, are very happy that we could contribute in some way, at least, to the Columbia Student Graduate Workers Union strike. So I'll just get started. And I'll say that beyond the sort of scholarly, architectural, and environmental questions which make this event, and the preceding one, which Lucia and Forrest mentioned that happened in Princeton in the fall, very welcome and very timely. I can, on a personal note, add, and I imagine that there are other speakers here to whom this might apply, that I'm actually quite excited to be taking part in an event after which, for once, I will most likely not be remembered as the cement person, and during which there is a significantly lesser risk of my being the sole perpetrator or victim of puns about things being or being made more concrete. So now that I've got that out of the way, what I'd like to do today, inspired in part by Lucia and Forrest's instigating paper on the lifespan of reinforced concrete, is to partake a bit in what that paper refers to as centennial fever, and with it, in the notion that concrete is 100 years old. In the following presentation, I'll be wedding this approximation of reinforced concrete's age and structural architectural lifespan to another approximate centennial, what the eminent Palestinian-American historian, also of Columbia University, Rashid Khalidi, has recently described as the 100 Years' War on Palestine. That is to say, what I'll be doing is I'll be narrating roughly the past 100 years of Palestine-Israel's history through the history of cement and concrete in the land during this period. Now, this narration is made possible because of the dynamics of cement and concrete's material and cultural spread during this century or so, and specifically their capacity to colonize the built environment and perceptions of it. This capacity has meant, as Palestinian architects Yara Sharif and Fatina Big Zubaidat have shown, that even though concrete was reintroduced to Palestine as a colonial material in the late 19th century, driven and claimed primarily by settler populations in its initial decades, it quickly spilled over, becoming an integral part of anti-colonial nationalism, as well as more quotidian modes of struggle, survival, and resistance. So what I'm arguing essentially is that cement and concrete have been integral in varying ways to how the history of 20th and 21st century Israel-Palestine has unfolded. They were foundational ideologically and in practice to the Palestinian and Zionist nation-building projects in the first half of the 20th century, and served as indexical of notions both of modernity, independence, and power on the level of political economy, and of racialized notions of civilization at the level of the individual body and the community. Now, with the 1948 war, the establishment of the State of Israel and the Palestinian Nakba, or catastrophe, within the newly founded Israeli state, even as these materials maintain the same associations with the modernizing developmental state, indeed with Zionist ideology, going so far as being called a Jewish or Hebrew material, they also found their way into the hands and homes of the state's most marginalized and oppressed populations, becoming part of their means of recovery from the devastation of 1948. Now, there's a further shift that occurs in this triangular relationship between Zionism, Palestinians, and concrete and cement after 1967, which I'll be discussing as well. Essentially, what happens as the West Bank and Gaza Strip are incorporated into Israel, or occupied rather, Palestinians from the territories become the predominant force in construction work. More specifically, they become the predominant population that engages in wet work, that is, concrete and cement work. What this essentially means is that there's a reversal that happens in terms of who is thought of or who is associated with these materials and work with them. Now, in the Jewish popular imagination, the association of Palestinians with construction work becomes the bedrock of their cultural representation beginning in the late 70s and early 80s. When they were not portrayed as terrorists, they're frequently portrayed as construction workers. And for a meeting point of sorts between the two, we also see the various stories of what we might call chemical acts of resistance and sabotage, which I'll talk about a bit. Finally, I'll end by juxtaposing the monumental reinforced concrete of Israel's separation wall in the West Bank with the ash and rubble-based green cake bricks pioneered in Gaza by two young Palestinian civil engineers, Majd Masharawi and Rawan Abdulatif, as an alternative construction material for the reconstruction of the bombarded and cement-starved Gaza Strip. Cement and concrete, I argue, continue to both foreclose and to constitute the horizon of possibility in Palestine-Israel. Portland cement likely appeared in Palestine first in the late, or in the 1890s through Jaffa's burgeoning port. A cement product industry quickly developed, producing tiles and other rudimentary building products, and concrete began to be used as a structural material in Palestine, in Ottoman Palestine, roughly in the end of the first decade of the 1900s and into the second decade, the 1910s. The introduction of these novel building materials was roughly in parallel with the first few waves of Zionist settlement in Palestine, which began in 1881, 1882. And this This coterminous arrival inspired some Zionists to bind cement and concrete to the Zionist project. The notion that Portland cement, understood as a quintessentially modern building material, would serve as a foundational role in the similarly modern Jewish national rejuvenation in Palestine can be traced to a variety of leading Zionist thinkers. Alongside such fanciful notions of modernity writ large, there were also those who quickly saw a considerably more pragmatic utility to these materials. The ability to bypass local materials, such as the coastal area's Kurkar sandstone, and indigenous expertise in utilizing them. Now, the photo you see here, the first lots of Ahuzat Bait, the neighborhood that became Tel Aviv, which was founded in 1909, actually captures one of the first locales where we see this claiming of cement and concrete as a material that could substitute local stone and local expertise. The idea was, and it was pioneered by Akiva Weiss, one of the architects, well, actually a hobbyist in architecture, but an architect in the colloquial meaning of the term, one of the architects of Ahuzat Bait, assumed that if they were to introduce large-scale production of concrete bricks, which were not at that point yet produced in Palestine, and use only those in the construction of the neighborhood, they would be able to circumvent the local Palestinian stonemasons and builders entirely and rely on Jewish labor. Now, while cement and concrete blocks did gain a foothold in Tel Aviv's construction during the subsequent decade, even if they did not revolutionize the industry quite as much as their proponents envisioned, Palestinian construction workers were consistently employed in the building of Tel Aviv during the 1910s and beyond. However, the underlying logic of the initiative, that logic of replacement, will actually continue to resonate strongly even as in practice the introduction of the specific bricks tended to fail. Between 1918 and 1948, under British rule, the idea of Jewish workers' expertise, indeed near monopoly over concrete construction, especially in reinforced concrete, was reiterated time and again in the Hebrew press and in the internal discussions of the Jewish General Federation of Trade Unions. As socialist-leaning labor Zionism grew in prominence in the settler community and its institutions, cement, concrete, and the claim for exclusive Jewish expertise in them became wedded to narratives of Hebrew labor, avodah ivrit, and building the land, binyan haaretz. Concrete structures built by Palestinian Arabs, in contrast, were constantly portrayed as always already falling apart, and Jewish workers frequently called upon to rebuild them. So here you see sort of the archetypal Jewish construction workers with their iron bars and the concrete structures behind them. And on the right, you see labor, decidedly modern form of labor in a quarry, but nonetheless, the sort of work that Palestinians were imagined to be more naturally inclined to. Now, the British actually very much went along with this sort of classification, placing it in a, one could say, typical British racial logic of dividing labor in the land between the two groups according to their racial properties or tendencies. Jewish greater intelligence, as Sir John Robert Chancellor, who was High Commissioner of Palestine between 1928 to 1931, said, made them inclined to work in machinery, reinforced concrete, and electrical work, whereas Palestinian brute force and sort of physical strength oriented them to other forms of labor in this racial sort of typology. And obviously, there's actually very little to be said for the veracity of this narrative in terms of the labor itself. As has been demonstrated and discussed in much of the literature about the history of concrete, concrete is not only regarded, but was prized for its ability to be a de-skilling material. So in that sense, the first half of the Zionist narrative is accurate. It did allow to dispossess or exclude stonemasonry and traditional building crafts. And I imagine Gabriel, who is speaking next, is able to say quite a bit about that in the US context of the resistance of Masons to the introduction of these new materials. However, the second part of the narrative, that of the expertise of the laborers themselves in working with concrete, seems to be very much a sleight of hand, in the sense that construction work, certainly during the 1920s and 1930s in Palestine, was the reserve of newly arrived Jewish settlers, immigrants, most of them without any experience. And what we likely really have, or the story that we're actually seeing unfold, is one of engineering expertise, as with concrete elsewhere. And importantly, also one of economic power. And that layer of economic power has a lot to do with this factory that you see in the picture, the Nesher Cement Factory, which was founded in 1925 and which remained a monopoly in Palestine over cement production until the end of the British Mandate in 1948, and then periodically, with some interruptions, basically is still a monopoly to this day. In contrast to that, there was never a successful Palestinian attempt at establishing a competing cement factory. And this is not for lack of trying. Since the late 1920s, there have been repeated attempts, either thwarted by British authorities or simply unsuccessful due to the exigencies of Palestinian history, which has been tumultuous to say the least, for obvious reasons. But nonetheless, cement and concrete seemed to capture the national imagination of both Zionists and Palestinians as a liberatory, constitutive material which could essentially bring the nation forward, and which was actually crucial to doing so. Now, as we move on into 1948, the civil war that erupts, the Palestinian Nakba or catastrophe, and Israeli independence, we enter a new phase of the uses of concrete. For the Israeli state, that is absorbing immense numbers of immigrants at this period, massive construction projects are the order of the day. And the demand for cement and concrete rises exponentially in the late 40s and early 50s, as does demand for labor. And the laborers, ironically perhaps or not, end up arriving primarily from the most marginalized populations of Palestine, Israel, or of Israel at the time. Palestinian citizens who have remained in the state, and Mizrahi Jews, Middle Eastern, North African Jews who have immigrated to it. Concrete continues to have this sheen of a modernizing material on the backdrop of this ethnic division of labor. In fact, here we have this booklet published by the Ministry of Labor's Housing Division in Israel in 1960, which, as the title says, encapsulates their refugee rehabilitation happening 11 years after refugeehood, mind you, as a sort of modernizing push by the state to grant appropriate conditions, appropriate living standards to its Palestinian inhabitants, moving them, as the title says, from an earth hut to a real home. And in parallel to this sort of more lofty, and it's not accidental that this was published in English and in French, but I have not found any evidence of this publication either in Hebrew or in Arabic, for that matter. there's also a reality of mass exploitation that emerges in these very same decades of that population, which is being given these homes and rehabilitated. One aspect of this is migrant labor, internal migrant labor of Palestinian workers. Here we see the conditions in one temporary workers camp that they have set up outside Tel Aviv. These are all Palestinian citizens of Israel who are working in the tens of thousands in Tel Aviv and the area at the time, sleeping in fields, etc., and mainly being employed with concrete and cement, so in wet work. And on the opposite side of that, we see immense restrictions or very stringent restrictions on construction for Palestinian citizens within Israel. And here, concrete does or allows these Palestinians to invoke a sort of reversal. While they were being employed working in the Jewish cities, building structures for new Jewish inhabitants or immigrants, they were also learning the techniques of construction in concrete. They were obtaining some of the tools increasingly, and they were able, in spite of restrictions on construction, to actually build their own homes. Here we have a photo of Ibrahim Shamshum, who's in the center, being sort of hugged by a friend, who told me his story of rebuilding his home despite the army coming to destroy it 3 times. And the cement mixer is clearly a hero or a central figure in this sort of group photo. The final shift that I'd like to sort of capture, and I'm sorry that I'm rushing through this, I realize that I'm also out of time, is what happens after the 1967 war, when the West Bank and Gaza Strip are occupied. And as I mentioned earlier, what happens essentially is that several years after 1967 and the occupation, Palestinians become increasingly the predominant workforce in the construction industry. And along with that predominance, they are, on the one hand, made invisible as they're moving through Israeli space, oftentimes illegally, but also hypervisible as a threat. You start hearing rumors in Israeli sort of public discourse about how they mix the cement in the wrong way as a matter of sabotage. And here we have a quote from Suad Amiri's Nothing to Lose But Your Life, about a Palestinian worker who actually admits to that sort of work, with the duality that's involved with that. And we also have their increased representation as workers. The most iconic representation of concrete at the moment in Israel-Palestine is undoubtedly the separation barrier in the West Bank, which we see here. These massive slabs of concrete which separate, in this case within Jerusalem itself, Palestinian neighborhoods from Jewish neighborhoods, and run along the West Line, run within the West Bank along the Green Line and not quite along it. So this is a very sort of monumental icon of state oppression. I'll skip the song, although it's great. There's another aspect to cement and concrete at the present moment, which has to do with Gaza. Cement is considered a dual-use material, according to the Israelis, and is not allowed into the Gaza Strip. It can be made use in military applications as well, is the claim. So this young materials engineer, civil engineer, Majma Sharawi, developed green cake, which is the brick you see in the photo, a cement and concrete substitute, which relies on a much lower ratio of cement on the rubble of Palestinian destroyed buildings in Gaza, of which there is an abundance, and on wood ashes. So on the coal, essentially the ashes that are burnt in Gaza to produce energy and other matter. The question that I'd like to end on is as optimistic as a person like Masharawi is being, what do we do with a material that relies on rubble, on destruction, again on coal, and again on cement, to imagine Gaza after concrete or Palestine and Israel after concrete. And that's the question that I'd like to open to everyone. I'm sorry I rushed through this, and thank you all very much.
Thanks so much, Nimrod. That was fantastic. I think it's the perfect place to end, and it really sets up some amazing arguments to be debated and reflects very wonderfully on some of the things we talked about in the last conference too, or just like Claire White talking about alternative cement mixtures and then having someone innovate within Gaza is really, really amazing. And then also the earthen house to the concrete house. And later in this afternoon, later we'll have Lola Benalan talking about going from concrete back to the earthen house. So thank you so much. I think you set us up very nicely.
If anybody has any on the panel, while Gabriel sets up and maybe starts sharing, if anybody has pressing questions of Nimrod, a specific clarification, we have, we invite you to do so. If not, we will allow Gabriel Lee to lead us into the next paper. All right, Gabriel, take it away.
Okay,
Thanks.
let me share my screen here. Okay, start my video. Okay. All right, thank you, Eric. I am unmuted, correct? Yes, okay, good. Yes, thank you, Lucia and Forrest, for inviting me to speak today. And I also appreciated Nimrod's opening in that when I chose concrete as my dissertation topic, I told my advisor at the time that I'd open myself up to a decade's worth of bad puns. So I definitely commiserate there. I am calling my talk today "The Culture of Permanence," and I'm responding to one part of Lucia's and Forrest's provocation, this idea that concrete is this permanent material, as was expressed in mid-century in their paper, and that this kind of idea of permanence is linked to these arbitrary timescales and is subverted by the reality of impermanence through carbonation. But what I want to do is suggest a much broader political implication for the discourse of permanence historically, especially as it ties to the concrete built environment. So my work is on the US. I'm an Americanist by training. And in the US context, in the early 20th century, concrete and permanence became synonymous. So the Portland Cement Association's slogan for around 50 years was concrete for permanence. Permanence even entered the legal language of contracts, particularly for road building. So you'd see a contract very commonly that said mandated a road to be built that shall be permanent in character, and that just meant concrete. They were utterly synonymous. But the discourse of permanence was much broader than just concrete, and pertaining to the built environment and to the kind of progressive ideal of creating a template for modernity at the time. And so that's what I'm going to discuss today, is this broader context of the idea of permanence. So there were two roots to the discourse of permanence in building materials in the 19th century, and both of them contrasted to a materiality that was either impermanent or in other ways problematic. So this is an example of permanence in structural building material, which is the first root. And this is the permanent bridge in Philadelphia, built in 1805. It was a masonry structure that replaced a series of wooden bridges at this site that had burned down, and indicates the idea of permanent construction at the time. Permanence contrasted in particular to wood. Wood was impermanent, not simply because it rotted, but most importantly because it burned. And urban conflagration, the susceptibility to burning was the main problem of urban management in the 19th century. This is also in a society that was built over the 19th century on territorial expansion, and building quickly, cheaply, often with wood in a country that had abundant, cheap timber supplies. So permanence in the 19th century meant masonry construction for the first half of the century, and then added in iron, and then in the late 19th century, steel and concrete. And by the 1910s, concrete had really become the material, the permanent material par excellence. The second root of the 19th century idea of permanence and materiality comes from road building. So for the in the context of roads, permanence contrasted with dirt roads. And through the late 19th century into the early 20th century, into the 1910s anyways, permanent highways meant macadam highways. Macadam is a elaborate form of gravel construction. And permanence here meant in part that macadam highways would last, say, 20 or 30 years was the idea. With maintenance afterwards, they could last in perpetuity. But permanence also implicated something else, which was that macadam highways built for wagon travel would allow farmers to go to market at regardless of the season, so that they would have a road all year round. Permanent macadam highways would not be subject to spring rains and mud holes and washouts. You could take your product to market at any time you wanted. And so you had a road that was there regardless of the seasonal context. That was the idea of permanence. That remained in kind of highway politics until the 1910s, when automobility, and then especially trucking, particularly during World War I, destroyed macadam highways all over the country. So afterwards, concrete became, as the Office of Public Roads Director called it, the real permanent highway. And for 2 decades, through the 1920s and 1930s, permanent hard surface highways were synonymous with concrete. And this is the moment in which the Portland Cement Association adopted their slogan, "Concrete for Permanence," in 1916, and it lasted until the 1960s. This is just a couple of images showing the use of this slogan in advertising, and also cement companies used it in their letterheads at the bottom of the letterheads. Importantly, permanence in the 19th century did not mean that these materials would last forever. It meant that they were simply longer lasting and more apt than other materials. By the progressive era, the language of permanence became tied to larger social and political discourses as uses of concrete enacted a number of built environment reforms. These included urban sanitation and fireproofing, industrial architecture, particularly the daylight factory, automobile highways, and hydroelectric and irrigation dams. And permanence became a way of articulating progressive politics in 2 different ways. First, permanence was tied to civilization and building a new modernity. There was this prevalent discourse of moving from a pioneering stage of development, moving from wood to masonry and steel, and contrasting the American built environment with that of Europe, that we're moving toward a kind of European model. But with concrete, there were also these comparisons to Rome, to building civilization in stone. And so just like the Romans built stone roads and stone waterworks, we were building stone roads and stone waterworks, if with this new novel industrial material. This is a commemoration of the Hetch Hetchy water system, which the Polgus water temple is itself stone, but it's commemorating this larger concrete hydraulic network. So in the case of concrete, Rome had other significance as well. People boosting concrete compared it to the standing Roman concrete, and you start to get this idea through that concrete was actually permanent, that it could last forever. Boosters began to make unreasonable claims as early as the 1870s. In 1877, a contributor to the American Architect and Building News wrote that those who adopt concrete will find a material which will in a few weeks give a strength greater than has been attained even after enduring for 2,000 years by the imperishable mortars of ancient Rome. And these kinds of claims became very common. The idea that looking at Roman concrete will last forever. This is an argument that Thomas Edison made, for example, when he introduced his cast house for the working class. He pointed to standing Roman concrete and said that concrete will offer, quote, a home that will last centuries. And this just became a common conflation over the 1910s and 20s. That conflation exacerbated in the 1930s with the prevalence of large-scale dam building. There were, dams were commonly described as, especially in the American West, as becoming part of the everlasting granite of the canyon in which they were built. Dams were described as the pyramids of the modern age. And this was captured well by a novelist named Robert Norman Case, writing of the Grand Coulee in 1938. He wrote that 5,000 years from now, archaeologists and anthropologists intent upon seeking new clues to a vanished race will come upon a vast waterfall. The dam, being anchored to granite that has survived millenniums, will still stand. So concrete structures would build a new modernity and provide the lasting legacy of American civilization. But permanence also progressive ideals in a second way, and the ideal of building a managerial administrative state. The language of permanence was common in the kind of language of bureaucratic expansion. So you talked about adding new permanent agencies or new permanent bureaus to federal government, and the same people who were advocating for new permanent highway systems were also advocating for new permanent agencies to build them, oversee them, manage them, et cetera. If you look at some of the new bureaucracies founded in the early 20th century, especially conservation bureaucracies, which are most familiar to me, you find the language of permanence really prevalent. So I'm thinking of the Reclamation Service and the U.S. Forest Service in particular. The Frederick Newell, the first director of the Reclamation Service, wrote that irrigation would establish, quote, permanently improved agricultural regions in the arid West. And by subverting urban radicalism, these irrigation regions would assure the, quote, permanence and stability of the Commonwealth. And the Forest Service, which was founded in response to a perceived timber crisis, they adopted sustained yield management that they said would produce, quote, permanent forests that could produce timber in perpetuity. And for both of these agencies, not incidentally, concrete was part of their overall vision. In the Reclamation Service, they were building, dams of unprecedented scale in concrete, and also innovating uses of concrete to line irrigation canals. For the U.S. Forest Service, material substitutions became part of the project of sustained yield management, reducing demands on timber supplies through material substitutions, and concrete was singled out as a material that had an kind of endless supply of raw materials, lime, clay, and sand and gravel. So permanence was, in brief, a way of expressing the progressive ideals of overcoming nature, of building civilization and a new modernity, of building a bureaucratic managerial state, and of making all of them lasting interventions that would be the progressive reform era's ultimate legacy. And this context is the precursor to post-World War II global developmental politics, in which concrete became the material of modernity. This is true in the politics of international modernization, which centered on large-scale infrastructure, especially modern highways and developmental dams, which were seen as civilizing and often linking democracy to what were state-centered projects. And these were intended to be lasting social and economic transformations. And it's also, these progressive values are also present in the social politics of architectural concrete, predominantly the modernist and brutalist post-war housing and public buildings. This is a very common, very well-known example, Boston City Hall. And the language of permanence remains salient in the post-war decades, as Michael McKinnell one of the premier architect, one of the central architects in designing this building, said the brutalist form, quote, symbolized longevity, it symbolized permanence. In this same moment, environmentalism really, became a strong movement in pushing back against this model of modernity. And within environmentalism, however, permanence remained the frame. So there was environmentalists argued that the geologic timescale of ecological relationships and hydraulic structures and so on created a baseline of value, and that modern engineering and modern nation states could disrupt those structures, could disrupt those relationships within a few years. And this became essential to the critique of the built environment among environmentalists in the 1960s and 70s. Fast forward to the present, and environmental concerns have compounded, but now they are largely pointing to concrete's fundamental impermanence. So there is the issue of climate change, not only cement's CO2 contribution to the atmosphere, but the fact that concrete infrastructure supports energy-intensive economies around the world. There's the issue of crumbling infrastructure and carbonation, as Lucia and Forrest have discussed. And then there's also the issue of peak sand, this idea that there is not enough natural sand left on Earth to reproduce all of the concrete that we've already poured, even if we wanted to. And yet, we seem to be unable to think outside of this framework of permanence. 20th century modernization paradigm remains for the global South as they're building new infrastructures for so-called developing nation states. And when we talk about rebuilding and strengthening our infrastructure, we're discussing how to exchange materials, but often making them even more permanent, making them longer lasting. So concrete structures has produced, in a sense, a second nature, supporting modern society that, as Barry LePatner put it, is become too big to fall. So I just want to close this brief talk with a question that, in a bid to think beyond concrete, I want to ask if we can think also beyond not only discourses of progress, but also beyond the paradigm of permanence. Permanence points to the life of structures, but implicitly denies their death. So can we design structures with structural death in mind that can be more consciously adapted to social and environmental change? And it strikes me that we'll need to be more adaptive to built environments to respond to both rapidly changing climates and sea level rise, especially in coastal cities. And also, as this history suggests, because social and environmental values of today will not necessarily and probably will not map very well onto the social and environmental concerns a few generations hence. And so I want to just leave us with that question: can we think beyond permanence, and what might that look like?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Gabriel. That was fantastic. I think, again, yeah.
I was going to say, I do have while Atia, who is next, sets up, I have an immediate clarification.
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, first of all, wonderful narrative arc that as you go from permanence imposed upon rural, hardly navigable paths to Boston City Hall. But you did mention in passing that one idea of permanence was associated with political stability against subvertive forces of urban radicalism. What did that mean specifically? Like, just give us an example of what that urban radicalism would have meant. Like, I guess you were talking about the 1930s, maybe?
Yeah, 1910s. Yeah. So I just, so there were fears among a lot of leading liberals at the time that, capitalism was creating the conditions for its own subversion through radicalism and socialism. And these projects were answers to that, these kind of state-centered projects where it would it's aligned with this kind of safety valve of the American West idea that as long as we have open land in the American West, then, we'll have allow for urban workers to have their own farms and so on. So it was a way of creating kind of social stability. That was the argument at the time anyways.
So you're not moving persons away from cities. You're just providing, or are you? Are you de-urbanizing in the imagination? What is the concrete, these major projects, what do they, like how specifically does that help? Does that move persons away from the city, or does it provide with them work?
Yeah, so that was the idea, that you would provide workers with cheap farms, and that they could pursue, the homemaking dream, in the American West by opening these new arid landscapes to family farming.
Right. Thank you for that. Okay, so it seems like we're Atiya, if you're ready to go. It seems like you've been set up perfectly.
Yes.
Hey, hi, yes, anyway, I'll just jump into the talk and then I'm sure we'll be able to have conversations about it in a bit. Okay, so good morning and good afternoon to everyone here today. And thank you, Lucia and Forrest, for inviting me to this panel. I look forward to contributing to this conversation on concrete, its history, energetics. Today, I want to talk about a period in India in the 1960s and 1970s when civil engineers recommended shell structures, RCC shell structures, and economists recommended RCC silos as scientific storage for grain, largely wheat, but also rice. Both wheat and cement in the story are key commodities within the developmental schema. Cement for building the nation, wheat for building the body. And in this story, I blur the lines a little bit between cement and RCC. Not only by thinking of cement as a synecdoche for RCC, but also by considering cement as the key component of RCC. Finally, because most cement was headed towards becoming RCC, I treat cement as a mobile form of concrete that flows from factory to site to become concrete. Eventually, my interest is in the structures and the forms that concrete ends up in. And leaning on Lucia's and Forrest's provocation that RCC is 100 years old because of how the carbonation equation works, my paper aims to show how our use of concrete has changed concrete as an epistemic object. So even as concrete is 100 years old, we've always had a different concrete to deal with. And this builds on one of the insights from from part one of the conference, which is that concrete seems less a material and more a process and a set of social relations. So entangled is it in our everyday lives that civil engineers who wielded it talked about themselves as agents of social transformation. Take for instance a talk from 1958 at the 30th annual session of the Institution of Engineers held in the city of Lucknow. The institution, which was established in 1921 in the aftermath of World War I, aimed to standardize the burgeoning field of engineering education in India. And as such, it acted as an umbrella for organizing emerging types of education and practices across the country. At the 1958 session, the then president, Tunjisha Kasad, civil engineer by training, gave the presidential address. And tied together planning, economics, democracy, and the successes and failures to achieve developmental goals with the profession of engineering. Quote, a new period of history, not only in science, but of all human culture and scientific engineering knowledge, has been ushered as a result of strenuous efforts of scientists, engineers, and technicians. So this speech, 10 years and 2 5-year plans into independence, addressed the successes and failures and hopes of engineering, not only as a technical field, but in the realm of social transformation. So in Kasad's framing, engineers were portrayed as experts not only of material and structural things, but also of the corporeal and experiential condition of post-coloniality. Quote, let us therefore, as the followers of the great science of engineering in all its branches, unite in a common cause of applying the forces of nature to the service of mankind and make life less laborious, more safe, more productive, more effective, and more happy. Kasad concluded his speech by saying that we have the glorious task of securing the country against famine, of increasing the value of its resources by improved road and rail connections, of harnessing rivers by building dams, of turning material resources into finished products, and of bringing contentment and plenty to our fellow men. So dam building, road design, resource management, all of these make sense. And they even fall under specific engineering disciplines. But why is securing the country from famine an engineering project? This is the most general and vague of the projects that Kasad references. The ways in which agriculture intersects with engineering are numerous. And within a decade of Kasad giving this address, agricultural universities would begin instituting their own agricultural engineering schools. These departments' work would range from building crop harvesters to designing irrigation systems, but this was not the kind of engineering that Kasad was alluding to. He was referencing a problem whose solution was specifically aligned with his own training as a civil engineer. That India, being short of grain, had been importing grain from overproducers like the United States, a situation which had led to a massive shortage of grain storage of warehouses. And so Gus has reported that grain storage the problem of grain storage had been satisfactorily solved by the barrel shell type of design for warehouses. The barrel shell type has the advantages of better flexibility, better lighting, and the possibility of reducing the space required. Besides this, the new design is expected to save a colossal amount of structural steel. The Central Building Research Institute has started a special course for training engineers in the technique of designing it. So barrel shells for Kasad offered a technology that became a formal and physical analog to the economic concept of buffer stock. Buffer stock was an economic device by which governments could manipulate the price of wheat in a market. They could artificially raise the price of grain by buying and storing it in these barrel shells, and likewise artificially lower prices by releasing grain. RCC shells quickly became a quick and efficient way to deploy concrete expertise towards making buffer stock a manageable reality. And so the concrete publicity machine started publishing numerous images, plans, and sections for barrel shells by PWD engineers and architects. And here are some images of them. And in this moment, concrete shell roofs with their thin cross sections came to correspond with economy, efficiency, and flexibility in construction. The thin shell and the civil engineer who designed it was seen as a direct contributor to social change in Kasad's developmental schema. And this is in particular contrast to gravity dams, which harness the massiveness of concrete rather than its geometry. And of course, the dam is the other major developmental civil engineering project connected to agriculture. So to reiterate this point, my point about how different concrete forms relate to different political economies, where the RCC dam was iconic of increased productivity, greater irrigation, more electricity. The shell actually references the stabilization of the market, enough stock to make sure market prices don't go haywire. Stabilizing the predictable and unpredictable variations in agricultural outputs was central to maintaining the flow of grain into the market. So while civil and structural engineers addressed the question of how to quickly and cheaply build warehouses to store grain, agricultural economists address this other question of how to make grain flow like cash through the economy. I'm skipping over some of the details here. The conclusion of this of what the agricultural economists were hoping to do is of what they sort of ended up doing is that between 1958 and 1975, civil engineers and bureaucrats moved from idealizing shell-roofed warehouses to idealizing silos because they conceive of grain as something that flows like cash. A construction technology that negotiated the shift from shell roof warehouses to concrete silos was that of slip forming. This new transfer of technology from the United States to India, but generally from the West, actually, I should say, to India, promised revolutionary speed in industrial concrete construction. Slip forming had been around in the concrete literature for some time, yet its technology had not been accessible. The cylindrical shape of the concrete silo lent itself to the much publicized technique where concreting was performed in one continuous stretch by slipping the ring-shaped formwork upwards using, and you can see the device on the bottom right of this screen here, by slipping the ring-shaped formworks upward using the set concrete below for support. So slip form construction meant that these vertical structures could be erected within limited amounts of formwork with very quick turnaround times. In silos, bursting forces of granular material played the major role for which you had to design against, and vertical seams in the material were particularly vulnerable to dehiscence and needed to be eliminated. In the 1978 appraisal of their wheat storage projects of silo building, the World Bank itself noted that slip forming had not been the panacea they had hoped it would be. Instead, it had proved hard to find engineers to design and manage the projects given the shortage of expertise in slip forming. Subir Sarkar pointed out in his 1979 article in the Indian Concrete Journal that slip forming grain silos across the country using the same formwork, saving formwork, while that would be fast and economical, it would require standardization across different administrative bodies. And this was the far harder task of the post-independence political project. So to design slip-formed silos, an equivalency had to be created between granular material and fluid. How do you understand granular material when it flows? In designing silos, structural engineers changed how they thought about granular loads inside of a silo. So in 1972 and 1973, R.M. Garg published a two-part essay on the maximum pressures of granular material in silos. The essay reviewed research done in different countries to estimate the pressure inside silos. This is the essay here. First, the calculation of loads in silos was usually done by, using two methods. One by the German engineer, H.A. Janssen, and the other by W. Airy. Janssen's 1895 method used the idea that granular loads are held in the cylindrical form by friction. So what that means is that the bulk of the load of the silo is exerted on the walls, thus the bursting force, rather than on the hoppers at the base. What that means is that the load isn't really taken by these structures here. Janssen's formula thus used the coefficient of friction, which is different for different granular materials, to calculate these lateral pressures. Airy's 1897 formula, on the other hand, used the French military engineer Charles Augustin de Coulomb's lateral earth pressure theory that assumed soil to be granular and experienced strain, resulting in a plane of failure that would then put lateral pressure on the silo wall to calculate that horizontal load. The theoretical and conceptual starting points of these calculations and the failures of some of these models are different from each other in fundamental ways. There's very different ways to think about the load and then therefore arrive at the thickness of the wall of the silo and at how much reinforcement is needed in ways that recalls the A.H. Brown quote that structural engineering is the art of molding materials we do not understand into shapes we cannot really analyze so as to withstand forces that we cannot really assess in such a way that the public really does not suspect. End quote. So the work of calculating stresses, one of the things that struck me about it was that it was done by analogy, that granular materials behave as fluids or, Anyway, in the case of the Garg essay, Garg argued that multiple failures of silos out in the wild and in experimental settings where full-sized silos were constructed for testing in France, Germany, and the UK challenged Jansen's theories as sufficiently understanding loads. The modification being that Jansen and Airy models of lateral loads in silos only considered granular substances in their static condition. However, when silos were being emptied, they exerted dynamic loads on the walls, which explain the failures of these silos. So what I'm trying to get at here is that there's a shift in how we think about silos. They don't store grain, rather they help grain flow to the market. There's some idea of energetics as a metaphor coming into play here in thinking about how grain will move through the body politic and arrive at the body. Simultaneously, there is a shift in how we design silos as something that manages a dynamic flowing load as opposed to a static load. And so I'm hypothesizing a connection here between how we use RCC and how we know it. And so, by way of offering a really tentative conclusion here, grain in that sense shaped how we understand how our RCC functions in certain design forms and what loads these designs are able to take. And the food economy shapes this structure. And this is what I mean when I say that concrete is an entangled epistemic substance. It comes into view in how we use it and also in how we theorize it. And so here we see an instance in which concrete has an ambiguity as a material and instead we can think of it as the set of societal and physical relations rather than a fixed material with fixed properties. Of course, the irony here, and there are many ironies in the story, is that silos never made food more accessible. That's not how the food economy ended up playing out, the economy of the distribution of food. Food as fuel was denied to the body politic, and that's something that was noted in this found poem from 1972. To quote just a small bit from it, has this buffer been built purely for the sake of form, for quenching the inner thirst for poetry in some hearts? And so that is my paper. Thank you.
Thanks, Atiyah.
I have a quick clarification for you as
Yes.
Sophia sets up. First of all, that description of structural engineering, the art of not knowing anything and getting the public to still trust us, I think we should just use it as a Mad Lib and plug in description of any expertise whatsoever. My question was about calculation. It strikes me that the buffer stock is being calculated very precisely in some way. But earlier you mentioned that somebody said, well, we will also save on steel. I'm wondering if that was ever also calculated, or if it was just something that they said, oh, we will also save on steel.
Well, the funny thing about that is that concrete is, of course, so tied into its sort of form into its publicity that all of this sort of question of saving on structural steel by using RCC comes out of the concrete industry, and the data doesn't, line up. They're like, oh, it doesn't really save costs. We still end up using a significant amount of steel, but still we must use concrete. Okay. So there are calculations that people are making. Okay, this is precisely how much structural steel will be saving if we use concrete instead of steel. But it's sort of, there's obviously many the most famous project is, of course, Raj Reval's the grid for the Hall of Nations in Delhi, where he makes the entire thing out of concrete instead of steel. But that being said, what I found striking was that there were actually people doing calculations who came up with no good answer.
And that calculation is not dynamic. It's not about the market. It's not about a buffer. It's a one-to-one replacement.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it just physically there was no steel. You'd have to buy it, and so buying it means using foreign exchange, and that's just not available.
Okay, got it. Great.
Concrete can always be replaced by some sort of local source.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think maybe later we'll come back to how this relates very much to the contemporary 3D printing in concrete moment, sort of a similar new technology, unknown calculations. Can we replace things with other things? A good after concrete setup. All right, but moving on. Thank you again so much, Atiyah. It's perfect.
I'll see you.
If Sophia, in a charming turn, will not use slides, but we'll just speak as herself. So if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. And I should that I'm not going to be talking about what Lucia told me to talk about. I was supposed to speak about mid-century energetics and the place of thermodynamics in vitalist thinking. And the more I ruminated on the subject, the more I realized that I wanted to offer something a little bit different. So thank you to Lucia.
Very welcome. We appreciate it.
For bearing with me and for pushing me so far outside of my comfort zone. I'd like to organize my comments to address a few concerns that I see emerge from reinforced concrete and its various afterlives. And I suppose these comments are united in their concern for what it means to even speak of the life, the death, and the afterlife of concrete. So coming to this topic from my perch in the anthropology of the life sciences and in science and technology studies, or STS, I want to place a little bit of analytic and interpretive pressure on the quote unquote life of concrete. And I'll try to do so in a few different ways. So first, simply as a question of metaphor or a kind of discursive vitalism that I see haunting architectural thinking. And again, I'm way out of my depth on this point, so these comments will be blessedly brief. And I'll next inquire into different ways of grappling with the ontology of reinforced concrete, introducing the possibility of a praxeography of concrete. Toward demonstrating what this approach might offer, I'll give one brief example of a partial ontology of concrete, one which concretizes, and I didn't mean to do that, which concretizes, so please don't chuckle. A partial ontology of concrete that renders explicit the earlier metaphor of concrete's vitality by looking to recent accounts of microbially induced concrete corrosion, or what researchers are discussing using the acronym MICC. But first, the issue of metaphor. So why is it that when speaking of materials that change over time, we are prone to adopting vitalist or organicist language? I'm curious as to what the unforeseen effects of such rhetoric might be. Why is it that when we recognize that reinforced concrete has a built-in rate of degradation, it is conceived as not only organic, but also as organismic, right? As a coherent body, a living thing that is isolable in both time and place, right? An entity with a fixed lifespan that will necessarily age, decay, and die. An entity that, and this is quoting from Lucian Forest's paper, is mortal almost as soon as it was born. Now, this problem is further complicated by the fact that in this litany, organic changeability and duration is contrasted to the presumptive permanence of stone, which is also a bit of a misnomer, or at least a partial view from a necessarily human vantage of geological epochs. Now, in much of my scholarship, I've been concerned with the relationship of life to time. And as such, my ears prick when something that is putatively inorganic and designed, an object of human manufacture, like concrete architecture, is spoken of in organismic and even in gerontological terms. So if, following Mohsen Mostafavi and David Leatherbarrow, buildings have a, quote, life in time, and also after Stephen Cairns and Jane Jacobs, quote, buildings must die, I'm curious what work such metaphors do, both symbolically and also with regard to political economy. Here, I'm sympathetic to Daniel Abramson's argument that such language naturalizes mutability and decay in order to obscure the fact that planned obsolescence is never inevitable, but simply an artifact of architectural modernity under conditions of late capitalism. Okay, so with all of that in mind, I'd like to expand outward to think about the many partial ontologies of reinforced concrete. And I want to ask whether what is necessary is truly a new narrative, again, to quote the provocation. Instead, I'd like to see what hay might be made by using a methodological approach that science studies scholar Anne-Marie Moll has termed praxeography. And the work that I'm talking about originates in this book. Since I don't have slides, I'll just use physical things. So this is a book called The Body Multiple, Ontology in Medical Practice. It's going to seemingly be very orthogonal to what we're talking about today, because it's an ethnography of atherosclerosis, right? Hardening of the arteries in a Dutch hospital. But I think this is actually going to work. So let me see if I can make it work. So Anne-Marie Moll talks about praxeography as a, sorry, there's an ambulance going by. One entry point for this method would be through a question. How is reinforced concrete practically realized across multiple domains of expertise and among diverse practitioners who might include, but are not limited to, architects, historians, engineers, builders, material scientists, chemists, ecologists, et cetera, et cetera. Rather than fixing or unifying disparate views of concrete as a certain sort of thing. So for example, and here again, I'm quoting from the provocation, either a highly messy, complex, unpredictable material environment, or the most abundant anthropogenic sedimentary rock, or aging infrastructure, or deferred utopia, or even as a substance that is either like rock or like air, could a praxeography of multiple partial concretes, plural, allow us to reckon with how everyday routines and practices make reinforced concrete coalesce as a thing in the world? Further, would that give us some traction on how and why concretes are both materially and ontologically unstable? And perhaps also to follow up on what Atiya just said, theoretically unstable. So as philosopher of science Ian Hacking explains, and this is in a piece introducing the notion of both the ontological turn and praxeography, he says such an approach must necessarily recognize that material qualities, and here he lists qualities such as durability and recalcitrance, never precede social practice. Rather, they are social achievements, and as such, materiality is always a consequence rather than a starting point. So to give one example of what a praxeographic approach to concrete might add to the conversation, I'm going to talk about kind of making explicit organic or vitalist language. Rather than finding and excising all organicist or vitalist language from studies of reinforced concrete, what if we instead decided to double down on vitalism and think about it not as a metaphor, but instead as a partial ontology of reinforced concrete? In doing some research for this presentation, I found that there's a substantial contingent of environmental engineers and microbiologists who have begun to study and think about reinforced concrete in a new theoretical and experimental framework, not as rock, nor as air, but instead as a complex, vital, and evolving ecosystem, a sort of symbiotic entity in which the substrate of reinforced concrete hosts a diverse interactive assemblage of microbial communities. Bacteria, fungi, algae, protozoans, and lichens living in and beneath concrete surface all concertedly catalyze reinforced concrete's degradation via either carbonation or corrosion. And this is particularly exciting to me because in my most recent research, I've been looking at vitality of stone and rock. So, and I mean this in a very explicit way, the kinds of living things that either have silicified or lithified in rocks, think here of limestone, for example, but also the kind of extant microbial communities that form biofilms or thin sheens either on the surface of stone or in stone's interior. And they have very fascinating lifespans and life trajectories. So let me say a little bit about these ecosystems that are now recognized as living in and on reinforced concrete. You might ask, well, what difference does it make whether carbonation and corrosion are understood to be purely chemical reactions, right? Abiotic mechanical chemical reactions, or processes that are catalyzed by constituent microbes? Should the endpoint either way be necessarily the same? Well, it turns out not quite. For one thing, attending to microbial life makes clear that a structure's environmental context is profoundly significant to figuring the reinforced concrete's lifespan, because the kinds of organisms that live in and on concrete mediate and induce degradation and decay at variable rates. So, for example, sulfur metabolizing microbial communities reign in concrete sewers, while clades of microbes that can in fact precipitate calcium carbonate have recently been shown to potentially play a role in repairing cracks in concrete. And here I'm definitely not interested in discussing self-healing concrete and its uses in synthetic biology, because this seems to me like a relatively bespoke technology, and I don't think it's useful here. But microbiologists have now demonstrated that microbial strain diversity shifts significantly between the surface and interior of reinforced concrete, and that different strains and ecosystemic balances are maintained in different sorts of building environments. So these can range from CO2-heavy urban atmospheres to underground pipelines to structures at sea. They can also vary significantly with regard to climate, right? Something built in a desert versus an Arctic tundra is going to have a very different kind of microbial community, as well as a different kind of indigenous microbial ecosystem. Furthermore, just like other ecosystems, think, for example, of forests, which age across ecological niche successions over time, concrete can also host multiple dynamic ecological successions before arriving at an apex ecosystem. So over time, the concrete ecosystem will have different ecological moments, right, that age until it reaches a final quote unquote form. Of course, new technologies of DNA extraction, amplification, and sequencing now aid researchers in identifying what they're calling the genome of concrete. Such research suggests an altogether different meaning of the lifespan or life cycle of reinforced concrete architecture. Thinking about concrete as a living ecosystem enrolls non-human actors, like microbes, into the project of architectural maintenance and ecosystemic sustainability. Moreover, it is one escape route out of the fallacy that rock and stone, because they are relatively durable, should be understood as homogeneous, immutable, or inorganic. And as I said earlier, this is in fact not true. Anthropologist Anat Singh encourages scholars of the Anthropocene to shift our attention toward learning how to flourish in the ruins of industrial capitalism, and to do so by attending to the ways in which humans are imbricated and entangled in much more complex interspecies landscapes and associations. So perhaps this partial ontology of reinforced concrete as microbial ecosystem can retune our analytic expectations to bring into simultaneous focus, right, a kind of stereoscopic awareness, how processes that are both below the scale of human attention because too small, and beyond the scale of human attention because too protracted, are newly consequential for modeling what kinds of architectures might buttress novel forms of ecological relation. This is definitively not an argument for new materialism in the vein of Jane Bennett's Vibrant Matter, because I have no intention of arguing for a universal protean energetics that infuses all matter, or specifically reinforced concrete. Much more modestly, what I'm trying to point to today is the fact that reinforced concrete as a material is the consequence of multiple framings and practices that have at various historical moments augured concrete's putative lifespan via thermodynamic principles, mathematical modeling, architectural obsolescence, engines of global capitalism, ecosystemic balance sheets, and in the present example, also complex microbial ecosystems. And I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was awesome. I'm so excited about that turn that we just took to think about life in concrete, because we didn't really have that at all, Lucia.
I know. I'm so glad you didn't do what we asked, Sophia.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I guess for clarification from my side, as we in the next panel, we're going to end up talking a lot about life cycle and maybe differentiating how, because I don't think it's that related, though maybe in the context of the praxeography as one of those processes at play. So maybe to help differentiate for the audience where life cycle maybe fits in or next to life, I guess, on a concrete wall. I don't know if that's clear, because I had a hard time. So you were arguing for considering all of the complex ecologies and organisms that are in the wall, but does that directly relate to this broader metaphor that engineers use to talk about complex life cycles of the material that are not organic, I guess, is what I'm kind of driving at. Maybe you can differentiate for us a little bit how that maybe relates to the differentiation that is a part of praxeography. I don't know, it's a new concept for me altogether.
Yeah, right. So yeah, it's complicated. And the reason why I ended by distancing myself from new materialism is I think one of the things that new materialism can sometimes do is fall into a kind of new reductionism. And I don't want to set this up and say, no, really, you guys, concrete is an ecosystem. Rather, I want to say, well, we have an earlier model where we're thinking about a lifespan and putative vitality. And there are other people who are thinking about lifespans as well. And what does it mean that in this current moment, there is a new kind of nature that is about microbes and the ways in which they can exceed human design or human intentionality. And if we bring that into this diverse constellation of different kinds of practices that generate meaning and the substance of concrete itself, what does that add to the conversation with regard to things like durability, intentionality, and temporality? Does that clarify it a bit?
Yeah, no, hopefully, that's, I really want to try and bring that into the conversation in the next panel too, and to help inform, I guess, how we think about lifespan and permanence that we just sort of talked about too, in relationship to concrete's role in the broader context.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what's amazing about the 4 papers and the arc that they outline is that all of you have brought us agents who are tied to concrete and whose agency is temporally delimited. I mean, in the case of Gabriel, there's permanence, which is a kind of mandate. In the case of Nimrod, okay, you talked about the 100 years, but really there's a kind of dual parasitic relationship between one community and the other, both seeking to outlive each other. This is kind of what I heard. And at TU, of course, we have stability as the foremost. It's a way of qualifying life. It's a way of saying it's a better life, and therefore one that lasts longer. So I'm just really impressed by the number of historical agents that have been brought to the table and that are not either the maker of the concrete or the person kind of living in the concrete. You know what I mean? That there are these other agents. I would have one question for all, maybe to start us off, and we also have questions in the chat, but to what extent are these agents also being made to inhabit a kind of spectrum or a hierarchy of life where some, distinctions of some lives being more, and not necessarily human lives, but just some life being different, life no longer being one thing, right? So, I mean, in the case of Nimrod, it's quite easy because there are 2 populations at stake, but also Atiya, I wonder to what extent, therefore, certain norms about what a life worth working on or a life, worth living or a life worth feeding, something like that. And certainly, Gabriel, you have 2 kinds of lives. You have the urban, potentially politically dangerous life, and then you have the much more promising, life on the frontier. So I'm wondering if you guys could, and Sophia, of course, I want to know whether these what did you call them? Ecological communities. I'm sorry, microbial
ecosystems.
Yes, but they went from being, the key ecosystem includes the concrete, but if you take away the concrete, you now have the microbial communities. To what extent could we even imagine that these are living with us and that we are somehow considering them in our system of values without being vibrant materialists? To what extent is there now, what does this do to our ability to either distinguish between lives or to, on the contrary, elaborate a idea of life? That's the big question. Hi, Keel.
I can say one thing, which is that like this entire story of the silo starts by actually treating grain as chemical instead of biological, right? Like the point is to stop it from sprouting. And so there's this entire sort of new chemical, not ecosystem, the opposite of that, being created within these spaces by adding aluminum as a kind of pesticide, by sort of by blowing dry air through them, by doing all of these things to kind of stop any kinds of biological reactions from happening. And so I think that it's very, and I'm also looking at this question here on water and concrete. The water and concrete is, modern water in the sense that it's a very specific form of water that is used. And so I think particularly in relation to stability, I think it speaks to these systems as responding to certain market needs for, how do you need to keep things stable, otherwise your market will go crazy and you will end up, and that has very profound effects, which means that someone will not be able to buy food because their labor will no longer have value, and so to imagine all of these things as unstable again requires us to really reimagine that economy.
So some particles are allowed to act biologically and others are not. Yeah. I think, so Norman, just to show we're serious about audience members joining as panelists, Norman Weiss, who's of course a concrete specialist, much more so than we are, is joining us as well. Did you have a specific question you wanted to jump in?
Let me jump in with a couple of basic points. I've been taking lots of notes because I found many of the presentations really interesting for their particular focus. Obviously, I get fidgety when I hear about the significance of the Hamada equation, as I did last time when you addressed that, simply because it's a generalization based on lots of other generalizations. Its value originally is still its value, which is that it relates cover, the distance of bars from the surface, to the process. But as a generalization, it only is good if we believe that concrete is a thing, that there is one thing called concrete. And that's something that really, it requires a much greater subtlety for us to understand it. For example, let me just sort of quick in the things. Nimrod, you started out with the concept that concrete somehow bypasses the use of local materials. But all of the literature up until at least the 1930s emphasizes that concrete uses local materials, because most of what's in concrete is sand and gravel and broken stone, which is all used locally, because it doesn't make sense to transport inexpensive materials like that any great distance to produce concrete. So maybe that is not one of your most important tenets, but I think that's worth looking at again. Gabriel, on permanence, I love the fact that you made a more finessed definition of permanence for us, which is really great. That permanence can have to do with being resistant to fire, being resistant to other things, and so on. And I would just add to that two things, that you've got to think about the significance worldwide of the publication of photos immediately after the 1906 earthquake and fire in San Francisco. These photographs spread within the engineering community through all sorts of journals, in English and in other languages, to say to us that look at this material which we questioned its value, we questioned its cost, we questioned its difficulty of construction, but it came through exceptionally well as compared to unreinforced traditional masonry structures. And also that dam construction, those decades of it, that's a subject that fascinates me because it represents new technologies. It represents the application of concrete science, which was brewing since 1920, and by the early 30s was being applied in that whole field of dam construction. So it's really important to understand that concrete as a thing was changing, as a substance was changing. The grain storage
just jump in real quick. The photograph we showed of a concrete structure, neoclassical concrete structure, which had failed, that was from the San Francisco earthquake.
Yes, I understand that, but the numbers argue in the opposite direction.
That's right.
Just as the data that you showed on estimates of service life that varied so much from country to country argues against the concept that the Hamada equation gives us 100 years, or that it's valuable as a generalization. So that, again, it's a question of finessing the information and saying, boy, this is a much more challenging field than it seems to be.
Well, I think the semantics of service life is something we talked about in the last conference too, whether we're talking about service life or the sort of life of the material more as this sort of metaphor for when does it get recycled or destroyed or fail on its own, and sort of having an anthropomorphic life is sort of the context that we arrived at the end, that this, carbonation is more like the slow, ultimate old age of something, right?
Yeah.
And trying to differentiate
aging that a cause
normal
of death
aging,
is old age.
right? Yes. But arguably people didn't take that factor into account, that there's this permanence that Gabriel was talking about, was sort of always talked about first and foremost. And I think thinking about that changing, I think everybody brought up good context to where the concrete is significantly
something that you're pointing out, Norman, and that Gabriel also pointed out, which is that it was, especially in the early part, and Nimrod said this too, basically the evaluations of material was comparative. It was more permanent than something else.
Right.
And reinforced concrete performed better than unreinforced concrete in the San Francisco earthquake. So Gabriel, I guess I was gonna aim a question at you. I mean, you can also respond to Norman's question, but you mentioned it's really great that you're bringing this data and this historical study of the road, because it's a understudied and understood aspect of reinforced concrete. Somebody in the chat put the recent show at the MoMA about concrete modernism in Yugoslavia, which is of course very iconic and wonderfully suggestive, but at the same time, not the dominant way in which concrete is spread around the world. And so my question to you is about the idea of obsolescence. How is it different in roads than it is in buildings? Danny Abramson, who's written this amazing book about obsolescence, which shows that most buildings are deemed to have a certain life that is determined by the market, by planned obsolescence. But that's very much a study that's based on real estate and buildings. Is there an equivalent kind of calculation that's being made in roads, either today or in history, where insofar as something is planned to be replaced or lose its value or something like that, a road, I mean, that's calculated in some way, or no? And you can answer that or any other question that's been lobbed at you, maybe just to pass the mic to you. But you have to turn your mic on.
Classic. It has to happen.
Yeah, I mean, so over the 20s and 30s, when concrete's coming in to road building, it is considered permanent in a real sense. In that, I remember what convinces the Office of Public Roads to declare it the real permanent road are these reports that they get back that the maintenance costs for counties that have experimented with concrete roads is $0 across a number of years. And so, I mean, the idea is that they might need maintenance far into the future, but that's going to far exceed the kind of bonds that are going to be issued to fund them. But there is also a sense that concrete roads last kind of indefinitely. I don't think that the same calculation is in with asphalt roads. So when you get into the late 30s, especially in the post-war decades, most interstate highways become asphalt highways. And those certainly have an expected shelf life. But I don't know that kind of calculation exactly like what's expected of them. That they were cheaper to build. But that concrete is always seen as a longer lasting road, even if it's there. So there are cost calculations when the interstate highway system is implemented. States are required to pay for. They're not paid. They only pay 10% of the construction cost, but they pay for the maintenance. So they end up building much more in concrete than had been the case in the 1940s and otherwise in state highway building. But I don't really know what the calculation is as far as the lifespan, the kind of expected, life of an asphalt road versus a concrete road. Yeah.
A lot of those numbers are actually out there now because this fight between the concrete highway guys and the asphalt highway guys is ongoing, and it actually has kind of heated up in the last 2 or 3 years for some reason or other. So if you go to any of the newsletters in either of those industries, you're going to find all the new numbers that they're throwing at each other to continue this struggle between the two materials.
Okay, we need to have that paper also in the next iteration. Oh, and I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
One thought on the asphalt versus concrete is that it's been going on in Palestine since the 1930s, and it has to do with affiliation to Germany or to the US. So it's not only a contestation of materials, but I have one thought that I want to break to 5 parts. It's a connective thought, and it stems, Lucia, from your proposition that the concrete replaces the tree, the matter. And I wonder if instead of replacing it, it's extending it, or if it's, if concrete is post-tree, post in the extending as well as in the breaking with. And that's relevant to each of the papers and also to another paper, to Dipesh Chakrabarty's thesis that makes a distinction between biological life or humans as biological agents and humans as geological agents, which we begin to problematize here. So it's relevant to each of the papers. In Nimrod's case, the other dual material or dual use material in that period are nitrates that can be used in explosives and for agriculture. So, and work is agricultural work initially. Agriculture as the kind of main setting as a context to resituate your story is one theme or one question I would like to pose to you. It's relevant in Gabriel's case because, the discourse of permanence contrasts concrete with trees or with wood. But I wonder if, along the kind of shock of the old argument, if there's a real replacement here, because in each of the images, we see trees. I'm sure wood is around in the scaffolding. Did we get rid of it's all right, the contrast of green and gray? And I wonder if concrete really does get rid of wood and trees, or if it's a story of extension. Atiya's story, obviously, the Industrial Revolution in the British Isles is around textile production, but in the colonies, it's an agricultural industrial revolution. So it's the very context for engineering that anything from irrigation and all form of cultivation to grain storage would be a wedding of concrete and grain. In your story, I have multiple other questions. The applicability of William Cronin's grain elevator to the futurity of concrete, but that's maybe another story. And Sophia, when I heard you, I said yes, and absolutely doubling down on the organismic discourse. But then what would happen? And of course, I'm thinking all these thoughts along the lines of my intervention in the evening, or in my evening, of the subterranean forest and of coal, obviously. So what happens if alongside the microbes, we would consider other kinds of ecologies, trees or humans, or how would that inflect the story?
I have a quick, while people think of their answer, that's fantastic. When I was thinking about how far to take the concrete is performing today, what wood and what the matrix of the wood did in that sort of somewhat mythical etymological origins. I was pitching it to Forrest, who said, of course, because once upon a time we chiseled and now we pour. And I was debating how far to go with the pouring, but essentially we have a number of papers which have specifically talked about the liquidity gesture taking over, but in no way removing. I mean, in Atiya's case is the paradigmatic example. The pouring of concrete is a problem, a technical problem that engineers think about, and the forms they make. The vault is arguably one that forefronts the liquidity of concrete, the fact that it's molded and poured in place, and yet this in no way removes the older model of life as something that works the land, that is agricultural, where you have to tear out trees or not, or plant trees, etc. So definitely, I'm in agreement that there's an extension of it's not post-tree, it's just that you have to think the tree differently in a different sort of universe. I don't know if anybody has a specific answer to Owen's.
No, I can answer really quickly. There is this rhetoric about reducing timber supplies through permanent materials and including concrete. But an irony with concrete that you might have suspected is concrete actually lets wood back into urban cores, because the early 20th century is the exclusion of wood through building codes, trying to fireproof cities. Urban cores become largely masonry and steel and some concrete. But when you get concrete buildings into urban centers, it actually, through not just the scaffolding, but the formwork ends up being a way that carpenters and timber ends up having a prominent market in urban cities. There's actually almost as much, like in building concrete houses, people argue there was as much timber in the formwork as there would be in a wooden house. Yeah.
Jump in, Imon.
Briefly. Thank you, everyone. Norman, just to your point, you're absolutely right that the ability to source materials locally was actually crucial to the success of this endeavor to introduce cement. What I should have clarified, that these were specific local materials that could be circumvented. So stone as a building material rather than lime as something that is used in the process of creating cement. The specific sort of facets of quarrying that were being sidelined, and stone masonry that were being sidelined, that had to do with local materials and essentially repurposing much of the sort of the subterranean in Palestine, so that it comes into cement and eventually into concrete rather than into building with stone itself. So thank you for that question. About sort of the agricultural aspect. You're right in the sense that I tell the story that in a way that sidelines agriculture in many ways. But increasingly, I think of the two together for reasons that I think you and I have discussed in other opportunities. Agriculture and construction sort of emerge as these twin fields, twin economic fields in Palestine, both in the ideological sense that they're where the work of building the nation occurs, and in the sense of the labor itself. They are the ones that are to be conquered by Zionism. They are the ones to be defended and sort of modernized by Palestinian entrepreneurship. And they also interface in really interesting and important ways. So the forests, for example, and forest protection in Palestine is propelled forward by the British authorities in part through making lime kilns in forests illegal, whereas lime kilns were the sort of a main source of mortar for Palestinian construction. Lime kilns that are burning forests down, etc., and destroying forests become an object of forest regulation. Concrete irrigation is really important for citriculture in Palestine and sort of the revolutionizing of citriculture. So they intertwine. And I was thinking, Atia, while you were speaking, I was thinking of there's a set of silos for feed premix, for animal feed premix in Israel, in which one of the workers that I interviewed has this really remarkable story about working in the silo as these large forms, sort of these moving forms, move up around, and one worker falling in. But essentially, what's so interesting is how this becomes an industry that is intimately tied not only to feeding humans, but also feeding livestock and sort of the feeding process more broadly.
I want to congratulate several of you for bringing agriculture into the discussion here in a way that is really, really fantastic and significant. In the US specifically, I have always felt that by about 1930, a rural contractor working in a farm area knew more about handling concrete than their urban counterparts. And part of that was an emphasis on the part of the Portland Cement Association to put out booklet after booklet about the use of concrete in farm construction. I have myself collected these things over the years, and there are others that have been scanned out there in public collections and so on. But that idea of concrete as something urban and modernistic and so on and so forth, really it was concrete on the farm that moved the subject of concrete utilization forward, especially in the 1920s, which I think is, and it's great that we're hearing so much about that.
Yeah, thanks for that comment. I appreciate it, as I grew up on a farm and actually did pour concrete.
Yeah, when Frank Lloyd Wright had to replace the contractor at Falling Water, he turned to one of the apprentices for advice, and it was the apprentice in charge of the cows at Taliesin, where they kept lots of animals and so on. And the cow apprentice, I've forgotten his name particularly, recommended a contractor that he knew of who could work in Western Pennsylvania and really had the expertise that the first contractor did not have. So there is this amazing intertwining of these relationships.
Precisely. Yeah, thanks, Norman. I don't know if anybody has any last comments. We're about 10 minutes over, but we have built in some extra time at the end too. Are there any final parting thoughts as we transition to the second panel? We'll continue to address some of these questions going forward. Certainly they're all relevant to the upcoming talks.
Yeah, the conversation is, as I said, ongoing. I do want to thank our speakers for absolutely incredible talks. Thank you so much. And there are a couple of questions in the Q&A which we're punting to the next
I'll try and address them as we introduce the speakers.
Try to address them as we go along.
Yeah.
And also thanks to Atia for answering questions specifically about the lifespan of concrete in India, specifically mentioning that there are different, not only are there people advocating for asphalt versus concrete, there's also people lobbying for standards and people lobbying for use. And those are two very different things. So yeah, let's maybe go to the next panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. All right. So we'll kind of roll right in, since in theory on Zoom, everybody has the ability to duck out and take care of minor business. Our second panel, again, in no intentional way, is focused more on, as we call them, technologists, for lack of a better term, but moreover to try to build this narrative arc and think about how wonderfully, actually, the talks we just heard actually set up many technical questions that I myself, as a pigeonholed engineer, often am surprised at how much I learned about technical aspects of thinking about concrete construction, even its very material science in terms of ecology and life, thinking about how concrete itself is, a dynamic thing was one of the main components of the last conference. And I think we're going to continue that in this panel, particularly thinking about concrete and energy. There was one question in the Q&A that we didn't really fit into the last one, but I think sets us up maybe in this one, in that one thing to realize about concrete that we didn't touch on at all in the last conference is that it is directly acting as a thermodynamic medium in our built environment as well. And that relationship is one of both its making, so that relates to what we just referred to in the forests not being burned to fire the kilns for concrete, which in a strange way now we're rethinking because we're now firing our kilns with fossil fuels. And so is there a way that we should be returning to biomass, or does that make sense? And those kinds of questions on the larger scale, as I referred to earlier, life cycles of materials, or whether that is really the right framework to be bringing in to rethink concrete's use, and whether or not there's just a different thing that we should be thinking about in terms of after concrete. And again, thinking broadly about all those interrelationships that concrete has in the built environment, both the fact that as you pour it, it heats up. And one point of reference to that question, particularly about how heat is a byproduct of curing concrete, is that Brandon Clifford, who spoke at the last conference, actually has a project cooking with concrete where he pours food inside concrete to cook it using that heat. So there are all kinds of polemics out there with concrete and heat. The one that's more common in my world, and maybe in some of my collaborators and some of our participants in this panel, is also how it relates to the energy infrastructure of buildings and heating, and how it is a massive substance, and what might be other massive substances that we can use to think about concrete and energy more broadly. So we have a great slate of speakers. Keel Mo, first from McGill University, architect and amazing author and thinker and good friend. And then following him, Lola Benalon from Columbia, will bring us some context on alternative materials we can think about from concrete, followed by David Benjamin, also from Columbia, who I've worked with mostly on wood actually here at Princeton on a building that he designed here, and he'll bring in some ideas around embodied energy and how architects can design with these concepts. Felix Heisel from Cornell, thinking of the circular economy in materials and how those come together. And then finally, Dan Steingart, as Lucia mentioned earlier today, colleague in engineering at Columbia, who is an expert and renowned scientist in energy, housed in a department that originates itself in materials. So that will be a fun place to land. So up first we have Keel. Welcome, friend. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm very excited to kick off the debate around materials and their life cycles in concrete.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for inviting me, Forrest and Lucia. It's great, as always. This is a great conversation. Happy to be a part of it. So today I'm going to speak about the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, which is, according to Whitehead, Albert North Whitehead, sorry, can't get this out of the way. The fallacy is the error. The fallacy of misplaced concreteness is the error of mistaking the abstract for the concrete. One of his students summarized the fallacy of misplaced concreteness by observing that it misleads us into thinking that we have all of reality when we have instead only part of it. And consequently, we inquire and live with inadequate abstractions and insufficient concreteness. That is, an entity that seems concrete or otherwise well-defined, like a molecule or a building, is actually often an abstraction, an incomplete description. At the core of our misplaced concreteness in architecture is an even more basic ontological problem that Whitehead identifies as the problem of simple location. And to quote him, to say that a bit of matter has a simple location means that in expressing its spatial temporal relations, it is adequate to state that it is where it is in a definite finite region of space and throughout a definite finite duration of time, apart from any essential reference to the relations of that bit of matter to other regions of space or to other durations of time. I shall argue that among the primary elements of nature as apprehended in our immediate experience, there is no element whatsoever which possesses this character of simple location. In short, because it's so directly implicated that in building and architecture, that last phase is worth restating, that there is no element which possesses this character of simple location. Consider, for instance, the chair that you are sitting in. It cannot be fully described by its present property as simply located under you. Rather, it is present location and state is only one of many unfolding states, one episode in its full spatial temporal relations on this planet. These relations would include the biogeophysical basis of the chair's source matter, to its extraction, to the industrial and labor processes that transformed it into its present form, as well as its future states in which it'll be moved around your abode, altered, broken, and repaired, and perhaps discarded, at some point disintegrating back into the environment from which it emerged. No doubt one could provide a rich and intricate description of the chair in its present state under you, but a less abstract description of the chair will only emerge from a much more extended explication of all of its spatial temporal relations. If we merely describe the chair as there underneath you, then our description is characteristically limited. And what is true is something as putatively simple as a chair is most certainly the case for something as terrestrially complex and process intensive as contemporary building. Building, to be sure, is not simply located. Despite many received traditions of design and description, buildings' spatio-temporal relations cannot be situated in a definite finite region of space through a definite finite duration of time. To better grasp matter like concrete, much less more complex material organizations like buildings, we need to move beyond architecture's problem of simple location that stunts its reasoning and imagination about what architecture is and does as a terrestrial entity. To understand matter is to become much more literal and concrete about the manifold states, processes, world systems that are presently absent from discussions of material and building, of course, excluding the present company. From a terrestrial perspective, though, the incorporeal character of buildings' ecology and world systems is just as concrete as the corporeal building itself. Moreover, the incorporeal world systems of a building shape the concreteness of reality, not just of certain architectural artifacts on specific sites, maybe in Manhattan, but the other environmental and social conditions of collective life around this planet. These terrestrial systems are not external to the practice of architecture. Far-flung people, places, and processes cannot be abstracted from this process of building. No building is possible without them, and to exclude them from our description of building is a grave error. One case of the fallacy of misplaced concreteness pertinent to this symposium, focused on the dynamics of materials, is the example of life cycle assessment, or LCA. LCA is putatively a way to assess the environmental aspects associated with a product over its quote unquote life cycle. It vainly strives to answer queries such as what environmental impact does one object have over the other. Variants of LCA, each of which suffer the vicissitudes of the human-centric metaphor of its nomenclature, include cradle to gate, cradle to grave, and cradle to cradle. In each variant, the accounting of the dynamics and cycles of the product in question begins with the cradle, or its moment of extraction by humans, and then on to processing, transportation, emissions, and so forth. The arithmetic of LCA accounting begins with extraction, and this assignment of a building product's cradle as the moment at the moment of extraction poses the core problem of LCA. Through its system boundary definition, it includes the biogeophysical work of the planet and all the important terrestrial relations and processes that precede extraction. In this regard, in both methodological and philosophical terms, the system boundary definition of LCA treats the planet as an infinite reserve, as a stock of free resources awaiting human extraction. As Bill Bram and his colleagues have noted, the notion that raw materials for building construction are plentiful and can be extracted at will from the Earth's geobiosphere is alarming and entirely inaccurate. In other words, LCA is teleological. It is a mode of description made in terms of the human processes and purposes intended for those resources, rather than the terrestrial causes by which matter and energy arise on this planet. Note that behavior and tendencies of living systems, so in this regard, LCA is a receiver theory of value, as opposed to a donor-based theory of value, which I think is the important distinction that we'll probably return to. As a method of description, LCA does not refer to the total terrestrial life of an object or a process or a material, as its nomenclature errantly suggests, but rather only to the life of that product and its use value, most often in the techno-managerial context of a neoliberal economy. It certainly does not provide, despite its misnomer, a description of the life and the full spatial temporal relations of a terrestrial entity. In short, in much the way that sustainable design is neither sustainable nor a theory of design, life cycle assessment unnecessarily limits how we reason and imagine the life, cycles, and assessment of things on this planet. In this way, to illustrate the fallacy of misplaced concreteness of LCA in action, consider the dynamics of timber architecture. LCA is used pervasively in the research and design of timber buildings, especially in terms of mass timber carbon cycles. The LCA of carbon in timber building components hazards calculations regarding how much carbon is assumed to be locked in the cellular solid structure of timber material at its moment of extraction. The LCA of carbon in timber building components, at this moment of extraction and when the timber is cut and removed from the forest. This extraction is the timber's cradle stage, and paradoxically, it reflects the moment in which the timber is cut away from a living system, a forest. Thus, the cradle stage of timber at once marks the death of the living tree in the forest and the birth of that timber's life as a commodity. LCA tracks its post-mortem cycles, emissions, and uses. Based on this calculation of how the now dead timber is processed, the assumed carbon storage of a mass timber component is then extrapolated to a total amount of carbon stored in the material, in the building itself. The misplaced concreteness of LCA building calculations accounts is inextricably counted independent of the biogeophysical dynamics of the forest. The method abstracts, quite crudely, myriad living system processes from its calculation. So this fallacy thus inheres within the following observation: that the carbon commonly understood to be locked into timber does not, in the ecological sense of carbon cycles, come from trees. It comes from forests and the biogeophysical work of the planet. The carbon captured in timber building components is rather a displacement of these other forest processes. The carbon stored in timber building components is an outcome of carbon cycles and pooling in these larger systems. The ecology and carbon dynamics of the forest are as real as the timber building component itself, and moreover, not only make the timber building product possible, but is the only way for properly accounting the actual carbon dynamics of the timber building component. And if the forest itself is a source of carbon emissions, as it is the case in Canada, then any material extracted from that source, from that forest, cannot magically and suddenly become a carbon sink in our urban built environments. This is all the more true when the timber building component has been extracted, transported, processed, installed, maintained, and eventually demolished through a plethora of carbon emission intensive processes. In other words, just because you have a debit card does not mean that you have any money in your account. Construing the carbon stored as a material property, as LCA does, is a primary example of Whitehead's problem of simple location. These LCA calculations simply locate the carbon in the timber building product. This is an error that undermines the primary motivations and purposes of addressing the carbon cycles of building in the first place. So carbon is not a material property, but rather a property of the dynamics of much larger systems. No carbon cycle whatsoever possesses the property of simple location, in other words. Important terrestrial living processes have been excluded in the name of life cycle assessment is peculiarly ironic in this case of the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. The simple location of carbon and timber LCAs, as to quote Whitehead's student, misleads us into thinking we have all of reality when instead we only have part of it. And accordingly, these misplaced claims about carbon become concretized in our discourse, in scientific literature, as well as in popular kind of boosterism for mass timber construction. So it's not merely a base scientific error that I'm discussing, but it's something that quickly propagates through the discourse and through the practice and through the political ecology of timber. Or as Gregory Bateson stated it, there is an ecology of bad ideas, just as there is an ecology of weeds, and it is a characteristic of the system that basic error propagates itself. By contrast, our ability to properly reason and imagine the carbon dynamics of mass timber hinges on our ability to expand our understanding of timber to include forests, in this case, or the actually living systems that do the consequential work of photosynthesis, along with myriad other chemical, material, energetic, hydrological, and other forms of planetary work. In this regard, the complexity of ecology, rather than the reductive techno-managerial use value accounting of LCA, better serves as a basis for our understanding of how humans interact with the thin surface of this planet. Much of the carbon sequestered by a forest is locked into elements other than trees. Forests' carbon is pooled below ground in soil and roots, and loose litter on the ground and above ground in dead trees, to name but a few of these pools and cycles. In this regard, again, that any carbon that we imagine involved in buildings is just a displacement of these types of terrestrial processes. Above ground harvested woody biomass is but one, and not necessarily the most important or largest pool of carbon in most forests. And to not grasp the dynamics of this carbon pooling, and thus not to construe timber building as a new type of above ground carbon pool itself, really limits our description of what a timber building is and what its carbon cycles might be. I'll wrap up by simply just making a case that we need a much broader system boundary. We need an ecological view of these dynamics as we describe materials such as timber or concrete to ourselves in architecture. Just as, I guess, as a closer, I do believe deeply that our best pedagogy for this is systems ecology, specifically in the form of Howard T. Odom's absolutely breathtaking, not only scientific understanding of this, but the kind of political ecology that was inherent to all of his scholarship. So I'll leave it there and pass it on to my next colleague. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Keel. I'm struck by, as Lola, I think, is next. Hi, Lola. As she sets up, I'm struck by the fact that if we're elaborating an alternate theory of a material is not something that's just here and there. So far, I'm just keeping track of the things that are there, that elsewhere. So far, you pointed to the pool, the carbon pool, but earlier this morning, we also heard about the factory, the other there. So in Nimrod's case, the cement factory is often forgotten when we talk about the ubiquity of concrete. It's often forgotten that the fact that cement has to be produced somewhere offers opportunities for monopoly, and that's another place that one could point to, another, let's say, absence. And then, of course, the stock that Atiya was pointing us to as a place that is also absent from something that can be controlled. In your case, you're talking about the pool, which is a different gesture. You're pointing something larger, but fantastic. Lola, unless somebody has any specific questions for Keel, Forrest,
no, I don't see any in the chat. Oh,
no, okay. So then we will move on to Lola. Go right ahead.
Sure. Thank you. I'm really delighted to be here today. Such a great discussion since the beginning of the morning. Thank you, Forrest and Lucia, for having me, and thank you for all the other participants. In my slide deck, I would hope to challenge the notion of what concrete is and what technologies could be applied for earth and bio-based alternatives to concrete. But let's first start at the beginning, right? The evolution of conventional building materials have started with, the adoption and improvement of materials that were mined and curated from nature nearby, right? And that has been allowing a great increase in efficiency pace, amount of construction. So that's a good thing. So we essentially started with curating these spaces in nature. And specifically in natural caves like this one near my hometown in Israel, that were the first buildings made of thermal mass, right? So the large heat capacity here of the cave walls regulated our space temperatures with really low fluctuations that were less than 1 degree Celsius between day and night. So that thermal mass absorbs thermal energy and gives thermal energy back in a way that regulates the surrounding temperatures. And with this notion in mind, I really wanted to go back to how concrete is defined and how it was developed as a solidified form of matter, right? Imitating this cave-like dwelling in a more predictable, practical, and even shapeable manner. So the word concrete comes from Latin in a sense of matter that grows together from the interaction between its components to form a mass resembling stone on hardening. So how do we create those artificial caves? What is the basic formula for this artificial rock? And we all hopefully kind of know the answer. It is aggregate plus a binder. For the Romans, the binder was lime and volcanic ash from Potili in Italy. And there are new forms of concrete like hempcrete that rethinks aggregates and use strong fibers of hemp as aggregate. And our modern Portland cement concrete uses Portland cement, which is the most energy intense binder of all concretes so far. And today we will see what earthcrete is about. We'll discuss that. And earthcrete uses clay as a natural binder. It is raw clay. It is not heated at all. So how do we use these perspectives of what concrete is to inform a greater intelligence in sourcing materials for concrete? How do we use new materials? How do we use new supply chain mechanisms? How do you use critical thinking? What's nice is that although each of these building materials were initially taken from earth, each of these materials are earth materials. Fiberglass comes from sand, steel from ore-bearing rock, and concrete from limestone. The thing is that they had to go through these complex processes to become the building products we know of, and kind of increasing the amounts of processing, transportation, between harvesting something at source and placing it into our buildings. So when I say earth or natural and living building materials, the definition I refer to is materials that are readily available, minimally processed. So we shrink down that supply chain, that are non-toxic also, those materials, and community engaging. And sometimes I like to call them kind of farm to building materials. And specifically, earth-based materials would be made of fibers that provide the tensile strength, and those fibers would be weaved throughout the matrix. Sand or aggregate as a compressive strength provider, like we know for conventional concrete, and clay as the binder. And the various combinations of these constituent materials would provide a diversity of techniques and styles. And just to illustrate the diversity of the broad range of, for instance, styles and also thermal possibilities here. Cob on the left is a monolithic sculptural technique. Round earth, which uses formwork kind of to mimic the process of sedimentary rock creation. And then light straw clay that is an insulative infill tamped within a structural frame. Let me close this window because there's so much noise outside. So, and of course, earth materials are very sustainable. They offer a waste-free life cycle, but they're also very healthy for occupants and for builders. They're non-toxic and they act as a PRM, so passive removal materials for VOCs, as you can see here in the chart. And what's a little different from the cured concrete or Portland cement concrete is that earthcretes have high hydrate capacity. which makes them act as a flywheel of indoor relative humidity. So they provide kind of an optimal relative humidity level for human health. And while it seems totally out of our focus, earthcrete materials still shelter 3 billion people around the world. So it's a vernacular material in Europe as it is in Africa. And therefore we need to find ways to kind of enhance this material that has been proven itself for over a millennia, rather than replace it. And of course, earth materials are very community engaging, and they can be dirt cheap because we can use soil that is excavated for the foundation. Now, I want to make an interesting discussion here about parallel to food. So just as you are what you eat rings true and have generated an immense industry of healthy foods, so do the spaces we live and work in affect our lives and health. Of course, now more than ever, we feel that. And the trend of claiming for healthier and low carbon spaces would only increase. So our responsibility as researchers, as engineers, designers, and building professionals is to ensure that these natural and living materials follow a responsible growing practice, just as permaculture and sustainable farming for food, but for building materials. So, but before that happens, before the industry grows, earth materials currently are still non-commodified, which makes them very slow. As opposed to concrete that cures, earth concrete's dry. But the question is, can we slow down for a moment and ask, can slowness be a good thing? Which is a funny question for me because I'm a very fast person. But looking at the slow food movement, for instance, which emerged as a response to industrialized fast food production, what they have recognized is that there's a need to preserve regional styles of food, to limit loss of material diversity, and to focus on the human nourishment rather than the crop yield. So very similarly in architectural design, prevailing construction trends are drawing us technologists towards high-speed industrialized construction that is increasingly automated, capitalized, globalized, and standardized, right? So in a way, the global goals of the slow food movement are as applicable to the production of space and shelter as they are to food. So kind of the slow construction movement, let's call it like that. So slowness can be useful as a framework for developing not only alternative means of construction in a world that has finite physical resources and exponentially increasing computational capacity, but also as a more engaging and enjoyable self-capacity for building and maintaining our own structures. So can we use digital technologies to inform this notion? Take a long human-centric view towards construction technology. So in this project, for instance, we demonstrated rammed earth designs that extend and expand traditional craftsmanship and digital and analog fabrication while repurposing local soils. We use utility functions related to environmental adaptation, self-shading and self-cooling of the mass assemblies to develop these new surface tectonics for rammed earth, which is often very limited to linear surfaces. And we had great fun working with the material because working with earth, I love concrete. And working with concrete can be a little nasty with hands, which is why I more so love earthcretes. And the best example for earthen structures can be found by designers, builders, like in these two houses. So that left staircase, I just love working with builders. I think builders are truly knowledgeable about how best to use materials. They can really see beyond the design, how the material behaves. They have this intimate relationships with the material that we as engineers and designers should adopt and learn from. But anyway, in this workshop, we produced this staircase that you can see here on the left. And there are tons of workshops. So just to show like a simple search here, endless workshops of cob, rammed earth, light straw clay. And this is because earth-based concretes are very easy to learn and self-build. It's very community engaging. But here also comes the problem. It starts with safety problems and poor construction practices and durability issues. And that leads to a perceptual problem with these materials being low-tech, small scale, and not viable for mainstream construction, which is a notion that, of course, we need to challenge. And referring back to Sophia's notion on the life of the material, the bacterial and living aspects of aging, one interesting thing about earthcretes is that life is part of the construction process. So for instance, builders of earthcretes know in vernacular practices that they use the phenomena of sprouting earth walls to indicate when the wall dries. So when the sprouts wilt, that is when the wall is dry and ready for the finished layer. So in one of our projects, we started with this perception survey in a global context, asking what people really think about earthen buildings. What is the problem? Why isn't it mainstream? And what was astonishing to see is the strength of the perceptual barrier, where 25% of experts of earth buildings around the world indicated that there is a perceptual gap in the form of cultural prejudice and social perception. So how do we overcome this negative perception? We first use appropriate design and testing protocols. And you can see here on the right that appropriate design of earth buildings really means a good pair of boots and a nice umbrella. So a high footing and a deep roof hang to reduce rain-driven erosion. And this photo was taken in New Mexico. You can see the snow footing here that kind of stay away from the wall. And this is a raw clay plaster, 20 years of age, and it's amazing. There's also the perceived limited building height on earth buildings, but actually earthen infills and clay-based interior finishes can be applied at any scale, right? And those building technology solutions are developing in places like Germany and New Zealand, where great earthen building codes exist. There's also the technical gap that is required. I won't dive into this too much today, but it had us develop a life cycle inventory for earth-based materials. And this is just an illustration of the embodied phase results. I won't dive into the operational phase results, but of course, that was important to enumerate the enhanced performance of earth-based materials over conventionally insulated materials. We also investigated the thermal survivability in earth buildings, projecting on predicted future climate scenarios. And we were astonished to discover that the heat and moisture flux mechanism of earth assemblies really increased the interaction with the surrounding humidity, which in turn create an intrinsic self-cooling capacity. And that was really interesting. And talking about survivability, eventually it's really about the hands-on working with these materials to gain self-sufficiency. In this project, you can see me applying a final coat of cob plaster to a shower that is made from adobe bricks. And this is the final outcome, finished with a layer of tadalact, which is burnished lime plaster, and a tile mosaic. So just to wrap up my all those interests, my current mission has been to really teach earthcretes to architects and engineers, having students really ask themselves, what does this material want to be, and how do you change your design based on the material behavior? How do you utilize locally available mass materials with the community? And how do you combine material science and technologies without losing this, vernacular hands-on enjoyment? So these are the next generation of what I like to call concretes, earth-based, bacterial-based, self-healing, right? And they all require this additional thermal, perceptual, policy, environmental, and design innovations and educational avenues to be implemented in mainstream construction. And I think that is it for now for me. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Lola. Fantastic.
Sure. So talking about slowness, I hope I wasn't too fast.
No, I'll raise your speed, and I'll see your speed and raise you mine. I have a quick question for you. It's not quite a clarification, it's just a comment while David sets up, which is continuing this conversation we're having this morning about the comparative aspect of materials. That both epistemologically, the idea of a material is very strange things, because a catalog of unlike things, steel and concrete and wood, are supposed to be very unlike each other, but they have this in common, that they are thought of as a material. And then the discussion we were having about new materials being announced as being, in comparison to others, to older ones, reinforced concrete better than unreinforced concrete, reinforced concrete more suitable than stone, etc. In your case, it seems to me earthcrete invites comparison. You brand it as a concrete, but it's a comparison that it can't possibly uphold, and it doesn't want to uphold. I mean, it upholds some aspects of it, but in terms of the incredible triumphant performance of concrete and harmful performance of concrete over the last 100 years, let's say, earthcrete is not trying to compete with that. So I'm just thinking about asking you, like, and maybe you can answer later, but do you think of that designation as a material as strategic? Are you doing it because that's what people will understand? People want a material. They want a thing called a material. Or on the contrary, does it truly help systemically, because you're going to eventually take over modes of making, specific infrastructure, specific ways technologically that it makes sense to call it a material? So it's kind of a question out there. You can take it now. Yeah.
Sure. I'll answer in short, and then along the discussion I can add up.
Yeah.
I have a colleague who told me about a producer, David Easton in California, who developed compressed earth, round earth bricks that have compressive strength as conventional concrete, which is an absolutely amazing technological advancement. And as he shared kind of the product with potential clients, he often heard, "Can you put just a little cement in it?" So there is that notion of that the comparison, or not possible, impossible comparison, right, to the concrete that lasts so long, and that is one thought. But another thought is really, you're asking maybe, why am I kind of trying to advance, or and it is a romantic view on a material. I agree that there is a romantic view here, because I really love working with a material. So it's also something I would get also personal, that I'm trying to kind of infect others.
That's a fine answer too. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's,
yeah, exactly.
Okay, great.
You can easily stabilize earth and materials with a little bit of lime.
Yeah,
And it doesn't give you the same increase in compressive strength that you're concerned about. But lime stabilized earth and materials, even for highway construction, have been used in this country for decades. And there's a big body of literature on this from the Florida Department of Highways, I believe, and also the National Lime Association.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're now developing other types of stabilizing and reinforcing agents for earth that are could be even better than lime. But there are so many avenues to advance this material. That's for sure.
Apparently even sticky rice mortar, according to the question in the chat. So we'll come back to hopefully the broader discussion of the some of these alternative components, which takes us to David Benjamin, thinking broadly about how systems feedback on themselves, and the some of these interesting and alternative nuances of biological systems that might be leveraged kind of outside of maybe just the direct replacement of a material. Not that that is not extremely important, but I think I'm excited to hear David give us some perspective on some of the amazing concepts and ideas that I think this picture represents very well. Thanks, David.
Great. Thanks, Forrest. Thanks, Lucia. And thanks to all the other speakers for the exciting ideas and presentations of the event. And in the spirit of kind of the idea of after concrete, or we could maybe also say beyond concrete, I'd like to take up Forrest and Lucia on the provocation to use concrete as a kind of trigger to think more broadly about materials, energy, and research in architecture, as we've already heard from Keel and Lola in this panel. And I should say that I really love the premise of the event and the paper, in part because it's such a powerful illustration of the idea that buildings are really dynamic systems rather than static objects. Buildings are always changing. Buildings are not inert, but rather they are perpetually exchanging with their environments in a wide range of ways. So in one sense, buildings could be kind of like the forest, as shown in this visualization of the invisible exchange of carbon, shown in red, and oxygen, shown in blue, this kind of transformation of energy and materials, sometimes at a kind of microscopic level. And so for me, the question of how do we theorize materials and energy is not only linked to the question of how do we create technology for materials and energy, but it's also linked, importantly, to the question of how do we design with materials and energy. And this question, in turn, is connected and intertwined with the question, how do we draw materials and energy? So I'll come back to drawing in a few minutes, but I first want to describe some of my recent thinking about several different models of research for materials, energy, and technology and architecture that I think are relevant to this discussion. So here I'm thinking mainly about models for technology and the practice domain rather than the history and theory domain, but clearly some of these ideas might later be expanded. And I should say, I'm sure that all of these research models are familiar to everyone, so I'm not going to reveal anything new with the models, but I think it's helpful to list the models and consider them when we think about how to do some of the new and urgent work on concrete, on materials in general, and on energy. So just briefly, the research model one could be funded science and research. For example, university research funded by the National Science Foundation or something like ARPA-E. This is related to concrete and other building materials, obviously. And in fact, I'm actually right now working with ARPA-E on helping to define a new track about carbon negative building materials, carbon negative buildings. And building materials are a huge part of that, including a huge discussion about concrete. Research model two, we could call this industry and entrepreneurship. One example is Biomason, a startup company that's developed an alternative to concrete that's made through bacteria fusing aggregate into bricks with no heating and almost no carbon emissions. So this kind of idea of industrializing new research or research through industry. Research model three, exhibitions and pavilions. For example, the Venice Biennale coming up soon and other exhibitions, they offer a different model for engaging and experimenting with materials, sometimes concrete alternatives, also experimenting with more broadly with energy and of course, many other issues. And research model four, building commissions, almost too obvious to mention, but, for example, we see as Keel mentioned, every day we're seeing new examples of timber structures that are often positioned as an alternative to concrete structures. And here the building commission can sometimes be considered as a research project in itself. So part of my point here is to say that often work and research takes place primarily within a single model. There are clearly some pathways between models, including from model one to model two, sometimes from model three to model four. Yet I think there could be more links between them and more paths through all of them. The models are not mutually exclusive. The models could be considered as a fluid system with feedback loops. And just as we are learning to think holistically and system-wide in combining actions to address climate change, we might also think holistically and system-wide in combining models to address materials and energy, combining these different research models. And furthermore, I want to propose a fifth category or model. This is a little less developed. It's beyond the models we typically consider, which is drawing, or more specifically, drawing the invisible. So this is really the point of some of my thoughts for this talk, which is to describe this model in a little bit more detail and tell you some different ways that, along with others, that I've been thinking about it and working on it. So the model of drawing or drawing the invisible includes drawing processes like drawing energy and physical resources, drawing labor, drawing time. And these are topics that we've been working on at Columbia GSAPP for the past few years through the Embodied Energy and Design project, including some related exhibitions, related courses, a symposium a few years ago at the school, and the subsequent book that came out of that symposium. And in this project of starting to think about drawing embodied energy and drawing the invisible and, in a way, drawing materials and energy more generally, we looked at some amazing precedents of drawing invisible but essential forces. We looked at Who Builds Your Architecture, the kind of advocacy group, has been working with drawing labor in architecture. We looked at some precedents of drawing time, including Bernard Shumi's fireworks at Parc de la Villette. And we looked at some more recent and experimental ideas like drawing clouds of microbes in the city. This is some work by Kevin Slavin and the Playful Systems Lab. And when we turn to embodied energy, we started our analysis, including our work on the embodied energy in concrete, through trying to draw data visualizations. So a visualization like this shows us graphically that buildings account for a third or more of global waste, energy consumption, and carbon emissions. This kind of drawing shows us that embodied energy, defined as the energy required to extract, produce, transport, and assemble materials into buildings, embodied energy has been increasing over time. Here's a data visualization or a drawing showing the breakdown of embodied energy by material. So looking at embodied energy in either concrete or aluminum or glass and comparing those. Here's a different visualization showing the breakdown of embodied energy by building components, such as structure, envelope, finishes. Yet another one showing the breakdown by process, things like extraction, transportation, and manufacturing. And here's a drawing comparing specific buildings. For example, in a recent case study, a new timber tower involved slightly less embodied energy, but about 75% less embodied carbon than a comparable 50-year-old concrete and steel tower. And finally, this kind of visualization translates some of the numbers of embodied energy into quantities that are more intuitive. So if we look at the amount of embodied energy in the new, relatively new Shanghai tower, we could convert that to 34 million cars on the road for a day, or 481 million pounds of coal burned. So this kind of making it more tangible to some of our everyday life. But part of the point that I'm trying to make here is that we quickly realized that data alone was not enough. And drawing the data, drawing the quantitative was not enough. We also needed to understand some of the qualitative and relational aspects of embodied energy. So we moved to drawing what we call material stories, the narrative of a material like concrete or wood or steel, the narrative and the story from extraction to factory production, to transportation, to construction. So here's the material story of concrete, trying to draw within the same drawing, within the same frame, the entire story, kind of over time and over space of a single material like concrete. And here's an example of doing the same thing, drawing the material story for a different material, which is steel, and yet another one drawing the material story with wood as an architectural material. And we used this kind of framework to draw questions as much as we were using it to draw conclusions. So we drew a range of material formations and sites beyond what we typically consider to be the building, beyond what we typically consider as part of what the architect would design. So for example, here is the site of a limestone quarry, the site of a cement silo with corresponding kind of markups in red, the building foundation, and the concrete structure. So several different sites involved in the material story of concrete. Similarly, if we think about steel, here's the site of iron ore extraction for steel, the site of a steel former, a container ship, a steel yard, and a steel structure. And likewise, I think you see where I'm going here. For wood, here's a forest, a sawmill, a lumber yard, and the balloon frame structure of a building. So these drawings, these material stories reveal something important about our buildings. They're a research model beyond the quantitative, but also different than the historical, even though they're narrative, like history. And they're not just analytical, or not just meant to be analytical tools, but they can also be used as tools for design, active working tools for the design of buildings. Furthermore, the framework of embodied energy is not just an underexplored aspect of architecture, but it's also a lens through which we might see all kinds of invisible but essential features of architecture, such as embodied water, embodied carbon, or embodied labor. So finally, I just want to mention that these methods and processes of drawing have informed my own small architectural practice at the Living. They were part of some of our early work with a new material, a mycelium brick, that in some ways could be understood as an alternative to concrete, a structural brick that has almost no embodied energy, no carbon emissions, and no waste, and a brick that is compostable so that at the end of its useful life, it can return to the earth and into a productive ecosystem. So this kind of project intersects with Model 3, exhibitions and pavilions. And here our drawings are really experiments with drawing time, drawing decay, and drawing the transformation of matter and energy. And similarly, this drawing process was also part of some of our more recent projects in our firm, including the design of the Embodied Computation Lab at Princeton. Forrest mentioned this building. We worked closely with Forrest and others on this. It's a building that was made in large part through wood. This project intersects with Model 4 that I was mentioning, building commissions. And it involves things like drawing sourcing, drawing fabrication, drawing installation, and drawing objects. So here we designed the transformation of materials over time, starting with a repurposed material, which were New York City scaffolding boards, shown here kind of being taken down from a construction site, then handling the physical materials, And then using a kind of algorithmic process of machine learning and a new form of drawing to reveal some of the forgotten aspects of the material, to visualize time in a way, to see how each board, each scaffolding board, comes from a specific place, a specific resource, a specific tree that grew in specific conditions and formed in specific ways. And then in the physical object of the building, and this kind of drawing that we're making of that object, the facade registers the story of the material. It's a kind of embodiment of the material story, from resource extraction to initial use as scaffolding, to computational analysis and identification of unique features, to a certain kind of selective fabrication, to eventual reuse as a building facade. And maybe more fundamentally, this kind of drawing and this kind of including the drawing in the design process allowed us to develop a new perspective on buildings as really just a temporary formulation of materials, energy, and labor connected to other formulations before and after the life of the building. So finally, in a kind of feedback loop, these methods and processes are now part of a new line of experimentation that we've been doing with what we're sometimes calling multi-species architecture. And this is back to Model 3 exhibitions. And here we're thinking about the invisible microbial world. Microbes are everywhere in the built environment. They're in the air, on our bodies, and even in our architecture and in our concrete, as Sophia mentioned earlier. And just as we're increasingly aware of the bacteria in our own bodies and the way a gut microbiome contributes to our individual health, we might also start paying attention to the bacteria in our cities and the way an urban microbiome contributes to our collective health. It turns out that a diverse community of microbes tends to create a healthier environment, and some materials can be better than others at promoting this kind of diverse microbial community that we want, maybe better than others at creating what we could call probiotic architecture. So there are some experiments with bioreceptive concrete that are working on these kind of ideas. And there are also other bioreceptive materials that can be designed and drawn. So in this project for Storefront for Art and Architecture, we experimented with wood as one example of a bioreceptive material. And here in this project, in this experiment, we actually swabbed the material, then sequenced the DNA that was in the architecture, on the architecture, in the material. And we visualized the output through a strange type of drawing shown here, and tried to derive insights about the types of microbes on different kinds of materials and in different neighborhoods of the city. So this was an experiment in drawing the invisible layer of microbes that are part of our materials and our energy ecosystems. Finally, here's another experiment along those lines that we're currently doing for the Venice Architecture Biennale, which opens in 2 weeks, where we're experimenting with yet another bioreceptive material and another method of drawing. So really to conclude, the idea is that we're expanding from concrete to other materials, and also expanding from materials designed to change and materials that are designed to age, to also experimenting with materials that are designed to exchange and materials that are designed to nourish. So I suppose my concluding hypothesis is that we might discover new understandings of materials and energy, and also new forms of action in the face of things like climate change through new forms of drawing. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Fantastic. I look forward to engaging in conversation with Sophia, and also with actually, I was thinking while you're showing the drawings with Keel in terms of how the drawings might inform this idea of life cycle, not really being often not including a lot of the things that you actually are able to draw representationally. So thanks for that. I think was there a couple questions? Oh no, just good job. in the comments. So I think we have another great transition here to Felix, unless Lucia, you had any question for David specifically.
No, I'll hold in the interest.
Okay.
I'll hold back.
Yeah, I'm looking for the discussion. Everything I think is, coming together almost too well. So I'm extremely excited also to get to introduce my friend Felix Heisel, who survived the Singapore heat with me over a few years of research. My part being probably failing to cool things well enough for him, but in his part, developing an awesome intellectual framework to rethink materials in the circular economy. And he's now continuing that at Cornell in the Circular Construction Lab. And I'm really excited to bring him in to give us some of the perspective on how this context of materials is actually one where we can mine and rethink sort of some of these sources and sites, which I think will build wonderfully on the story of our mining of scaffolding boards and going much further than that. So thanks, Felix. I'm very excited to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lucia and Forrest, for inviting me. Thank you all the other panelists before me. It's an incredibly interesting conversation, and I'm looking forward to the panel afterwards. I wanted to talk today about the circular economy, or specifically construction in the framework of a circular economy, with a little bit of focus on questions of design with projects that came out of our lab and in my office. So all of this is teamwork. Just as a disclaimer, I'm the one that gets to talk about it, but of course there's a big team of students and colleagues behind this. Since we're talking about time so much, I wanted to start quickly with a much larger time scale. Going back 800,000 years, the planet has really been controlled for the last 800,000 years by what is called the Milankovitch cycles. And I'm sure I'm not telling most of you anything new here, but I think it is important to set this up to show the importance of that paradigm shift that we're hopefully working towards. And so within this, then looking at the influence of humans in the last 70 years, and how the influence of humans suddenly became more important in how the planet behaves, is incredibly thought-provoking and scary, right? And it really doesn't matter which of these charts we look at; they're all essentially similar. They're exponential. They start somewhere in the 1950s, and this is because. This is then the reason why we talk about the Anthropocene with a starting point around that time. If we look at one of these charts a bit more specifically, then it's the extraction of global resources. The magenta here being what is allocated for the built environment. And I'm sorry that these are German, but the left side really talks about the total extraction. And on the right side, I think it's important to also look at the per capita extraction, because you could say, well, this is all due just to the fact that we have an increase in population, but in fact, also the per capita consumption of resources, especially in the built environment, has been increasing since, again, the 1950s dramatically. And within this linear system that we're working or building in at the moment, the built environment really stands for 50% of resource extraction, 50% of solid waste production, and arguably even 50% of carbon dioxide emissions. This year saying 40, but the newest numbers are even higher. And so if we look at this kind of scary numbers, of course, the question that we have to ask ourselves is, why do we do this, right? What is the service time of all of these materials before from the beginning of that linear use till the end? We're as architects, we sometimes think that we build for eternity. Brunelleschi had formulated this already in 1380 or something like that, 1390, when he built the Florence Dome. But of course, the reality is that this time is much more somewhere around 50 in China, We're now talking about a service time of buildings of 25 years. And so looking at this in a much more specific angle about which element of which building actually has what kind of service time, and how can we then compare the service time with the lifetime of buildings, right? Which are something completely different, is I guess the big question to ask. And so one of the solutions that we're talking about that can do this shift is really talk about a circular economy where we maximize kind of the usability in several cycles of materials, where we separate the technical from the biological cycles, and I'll go into that in a bit more detail later. And of course, drive the system with regenerative sources, because only then we actually have a kind of circular economy. And if you try to define the circular economy, I guess one of the important words in that definition is the word design. So a circular economy is a restorative and regenerative system by design, right? And this is for me a call to action for all of us. To go to the beginning of the cycle and really think about how can we do things differently, how can we design waste out of the system and keep all products at their highest utility and value throughout their service and their lifetimes. And so this is what we're doing at the Circular Construction Lab. We're looking at the one side, of course, at the big question, what do we do with everything that is already out there? So I guess in the question that Lucia asked for earlier, what is the other there, right? For me, the other there is the built environment as it stands, kind of the existing buildings out there, and how can we include those or bring those back into the system. And then the other question looking forward, how do we design differently from now on that we don't have this problem, that we talk about material management and a kind of an asset management where we take things out of one building and move them to the next without having any losses in that step. And the third part that I'm quickly going to address today in this talk is the question, what do we need to make this possible? What kind of tools or software or thinking stands behind that? So the first of these, also often referred to as urban mining, is all of these are basically not new ideas. The first time urban mining was mentioned in this kind of going back in literature is by Jane Jacobs in her 1969 publication, The Economy of Cities, where she speaks about kind of prophetically about the city of the future being the largest, most prosperous and richest mine that can be most easy worked on and is inexhaustible, right? Because it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. It keeps fulfilling its source, or it keeps filling its source and reactivating the source. And to a certain extent, we've reached that point. These are studies from Japan where we see this now specifically talking about metals, that the amount of metals that are already in the built environment exceeds the current known underground reserve of these metals. The problem in this way of looking at it is that, of course, none of these components were designed for reuse, or very little of those, right? This is the more common way of demolition. So the end of life of buildings. And it is incredibly hard to reactivate any of these sources if this is the common technology, right? And so the question that we need to ask is, what are new technologies, what are new ways of activating the resource that we have available, even if it hasn't been planned for this kind of scenario. And one little project that we've done in 2019 is called the Mehrwert Pavilion. This basically goes to David's Model 3, the pavilion building as a research, where we built this pavilion only out of resources that were already in the built environment. Everything that you see here had a second, a third, or fourth life already before it arrived in this building. And we categorized it in 4 categories. All the ground is made out of mineral demolition waste, and all the furniture is made out of recycled household plastics. The framework, the structural components are out of reused steel, emphasis on reuse. That's the much more difficult part, since steel usually is already to 90%, 80% recycled, of course. And then the roof and the facade is made out of recycled glass. And when you zoom in closer, you see that this, of course, brings with it the kind of history of that material here, of course, as part of a pavilion structure, a bit over. The focus is on that aspect, of course, but especially this glass texture, for example, where you see these old, in this case, wine bottles that create this wonderful texture and that bring in these shards of glass, I think adds a new dimension to our material palette that is extremely important in the way we design future buildings. And the second important element about this pavilion was that we actually took out all the steel from a decommissioned coal-fired plant, power plant that in Germany are all being shut down right now because of the change to renewable energy sources. And so these immense mines are being blown up with a lot of we have very little care to the material, and we managed to take out some of these structural steel elements, but we had no idea what the steel is. We didn't know what type of steel, how long it's been there, what happened to it during the lifetime. And so bringing that into the German building code required significant amount of testing, batch testing, tensile testing, notch testing, chemical composition, weldability, et cetera, to then prove in the end that this is standard structural steel. And can be easily used in this pavilion. And so the need for documentation, and I'll get to that in a little while, is another really important aspect of that shift towards a circular economy. And then, of course, coming back to the design, the length of the elements that we took out of this pavilion, of course, then defined for us the structural tree-like assembly of this pavilion, and something that would probably look different if we would have gotten that steel from a normal supply chain. A second very quick example is then directed towards how do we design differently, looking at the future. This is the urban mining recycling unit that we built in Switzerland. What we're looking at is just this unit in the middle that has this copper frame around it. And here we went into that building with a brief to construct something that is 100% recyclable. So all connections, everything that went in there has to be able to go back into their material loops at the end of the service time of that building, which then resulted in these 3 cycles of this butterfly diagram here on the right side, a kind of biological metabolism that is much bigger than the material itself, right? So the timber can turn into a mycelium-based component or grass or something else that isn't part of the built environment. On the left side, you have this very direct reuse and recycling of technical components, as the example of the glass shows. But the biggest question, of course, is how do you do this in a way that that really brings out the quality of that space, right? We want to live in a kind of aesthetically pleasing environment, but still talks about the history of the materials and about the way this moving forward, this can be disassembled. And so this is a modular unit built out of 7 completely prefabricated elements that were then only assembled on site with a couple screws and can, of course, the same way be disassembled, taken out of the building site again, and then all the materials salvaged and returned into their specific cycles. So the design for disassembly here is the main component already in the development of the architecture. And one example that describes this best are the bathrooms. How do you build something that is waterproof, right? A shower without the use of any adhesive, without the use of any silicone, no glues, nothing, kind of no chemical adhesives, right? And so this is all just dry gaskets, just compression, one screw, you just loosen that, take it apart again. And so you have the clean and sorted and monomaterial cycles again at the end of that building. And again, the kind of beauty of the aesthetic of these materials. The circular economy also talks a lot about new business models, right? The moment we develop materials on products that are fully recyclable, of course, we can use them differently. We can lease them, we can rent them, we can bring in extended producer liability. So that this example here, for example, is a carpet that we only lease for 8 years and then return to the producer. The producer, because of that, can then anticipate a resource for their production in 8 years. They know this is coming back, and they can plan with that and reduce their dependency on volatile resource markets. And then, just as mentioned before, the importance of documentation. This is a kind of set of material passports that we developed for this building to know exactly which product is where, in which amounts, when will it be available again? And of course, the question is, how do you do that for the urban mine? So at the lab, we're right now developing new tools with using augmented reality, for example, to ease the deconstruction process, to estimate material amounts, and really always thinking about how can we close this gap between supply and demand moving forward in a kind of new design understanding where the resource for the design really is what is already available in our cities. And that, of course, then also relates to the question, to an urban question, right? Because we have to do this not on one building at a time, but really match between buildings across the city. And so this is my last slide here, trying to show that on a little study for Ithaca in upstate New York, where we now estimated all the compare the operational and the embodied carbon emissions for each building, but of course relying on a very detailed model that we semi-automatically constructed from GIS data and LiDAR data, etc., to estimate, what is in which building and how can we match these buildings moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Felix. Fantastic. I think another great set of examples and context, I think, to bring into the picture and the debate about exactly where you close the edges of your loop, I guess. This is the thing I think that in every presentation, I think we've all seen something where we're going to come to the end and be like, well, what about the crane in the picture? Or what about the, and I think I'm glad we had Kiel to sort of lead us off to thinking that way, but I think it helps us to recognize just how important it is to be doing this hard work of thinking about the broader systems and scope. So thanks so much again for those. Really beautiful too. I mean, I think one thing that hasn't been represented, considering we're at an architecture school, and maybe I'm not the person that should say this, but there is a role for aesthetics in making things last a certain amount of time and have importance. So I don't think we should try not to forget that. But with that architectural reference, now I'm going to shift to my good engineering friend, Dan Steingart, who was my, in some ways, mentor in how to be an open-minded engineering thinker, as he sat behind the wall right over there next to me for several years. And he's now, though, the co-director of the Columbia Electrochemical Energy Center, which speaks to his expertise directly as a thinker around how we store energy in materials. And the first project we actually worked together on was a pretty wild idea about storing energy in concrete, which is more about asking questions that may be a little bit crazy and seeing where they go. He's now a professor in the Department of Earth and Environmental Engineering. And I just want to point out, because we realized this was relevant when we were all meeting this morning, that's actually the department that used to be for mining at Columbia. And I find it very appropriate that now we have Dan here to talk about energy, which kind of speaks to how we've transferred from an age of material resources to one of energy resources. And I think that's kind of where we want to arrive at the end of our narrative arc for the conference. So thanks, Dan, for agreeing to join us, and maybe not the typical kind of conference you would be a part of, but I know, having been a part of many talks with you, that it's going to be fantastic. So take it away, my friend.
Thank you, Forrest and Lucia, for the really kind invitation, and feel very outclassed here. It's a real honor to be part of this super interesting conversation. As a academic engineer and partially a practicing engineer, I'm trying to avoid the puns here, but I'm going to be a bit more concrete on concrete and talk about something that Forrest motivated, and it's a lot of energy goes into concrete, but can we get energy from concrete? And so, can concrete produce energy even in a secondary fashion? Are my slides showing up okay here? Is the right?
Yep, looking good.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. So, can concrete produce energy? And perhaps a better question, and I'll motivate this why in a few slides, is should concrete produce energy? We've heard many times over the course of the day that concrete is dynamic. It's dynamic on timescales that we typically don't think about in batteries, or at least in energy storage and energy production. We think about cycling over days, months, weeks, and years, but there's significant structural change within a battery over that cycle. And the structural change of concrete, we hope, is over a long period of time if we're going to amortize its cost to the earth and cost to the atmosphere. Anything that produces energy is at some way out of equilibrium with its environment, and meaning that it reacts with its environment, or it reacts within its system to reach some sort of equilibrium, after which it can no longer provide energy. So we can recharge the system. We can do this thermally. We can do this electrically. We can do this chemically, so that it's once again out of equilibrium and that energy can be exploited once again. But the question is can what we expect concrete to do this? Is there a positive couple? Is there a positive synergy here? And so when the energy is spent, the system is in this equilibrium. So can we have our concrete within a system which is taking up a lot of mass, and can it be overloaded? And so this isn't allegorical. The components of concrete are metals that have been stripped of their ability to do what we expect metals to do. They break rather than bend. They no longer conduct electricity. They're no longer reactive surfaces in the same way. The terminology that's been used here, I'm going to use the term oxidation to cover it all. The oxidation through carbonation, typically, unless we engineer it very precisely in a very particular way, generally means that the materials are no longer reactive. And functionally, this is a benefit of concrete, because even though it does age, even though it slowly loses the properties that we want it to have initially, that process is slow enough, to be blunt, to make someone some money for a certain amount of time, and to have a building do what it's supposed to do for a certain amount of time. And the question is can what a battery needs to do, which is react very quickly in this time scale, somehow positively coupled to this? This change of metals is inevitable. I think about my PhD advisor, who was a metallurgist, and his partner, who was the chief ceramicist for NASA, and they would have these very cute arguments that a metal just wants to be an oxide, or an oxide is just an impure metal. And this made for very fun Christmas dinners. But the idea is that concrete is a wonderful engineering material because it, at least in the beginning of its life, interacts in a positive manner with its surrounding environment. And then a long-term question that Claire White, who I believe many of you know, thinks about is how can the functional life of a concrete be extended through carbonation rather than deteriorated? So this is an interesting long-term question, but it's this inevitability that makes the battery worthwhile, and that makes the concrete behave so well in my estimation. And so this is a beauty of the engineered structure. If it's not done well, oxidation is just rush, right? So what I'll say is this: chaotic corrosion and chaotic oxidation creates brittle structures. So when a steel structure is not properly protected, and when steel structure is left to a human environment, it corrodes and passivates in such a way that leads to a lack of structural integrity. But a well-baked concrete does the opposite. So the question is can this energy that goes into baking concrete be taken out or partially taken out so this building structure can both provide support while also providing energy? And so let me talk about batteries a little bit, and what a battery is supposed to do. A battery needs to cycle in some way, shape, or form between metallic and oxide ideals. And you can picture this as becoming concrete and becoming steel. And you may think I'm using the term concrete loosely here, but when I show you an SEM micrograph of the guts of a AA battery in a few slides, you'll notice that the morphology and the particle matrix structure really does invoke concrete. When a battery dies, when a battery is no longer cyclable, when we can no longer put energy into it nor get energy out, the process by which the battery dies is very similar to the process by which concrete is cured. It's this oxidation process that successfully passivates interfaces from further oxidation. So sometimes this can last thousands oxidized interface thousands of times, and sometimes this only lasts once. The terminology I'm using for concrete here, because I want to make sure what I'm about to say makes a bit more sense. It's some type of particle, sand, crushed stone, gravel, in a binder, and it's the chemical reaction and thermal activation of this binder that cures it in air or air analogous atmosphere. And again, the goal is to prevent surface activity. So for batteries, this is a bad thing. For structures, this is typically a good thing. This is a bad thing for batteries because we need these interfaces to be active. So if we look at this micrograph and we see where IP and OP are pointing, the edges of those particles within a battery are continuously trading electrons and ions to store and release energy. And as they do so, the mechanical properties change in a significant way. both at a nanoscale and at a microscopic and macroscopic state. And if you don't think about a battery as a reversible mechanical device, or a device that has significant mechanical consequences as it operates, let me share this video with you that will invoke this structure in the slide after. I spent, I want to say, at least a decade of my life trying to get a AA battery to be rechargeable, to take the batteries that we buy and use once in our remote controls and flashlights, and to see what happens when you try to put electricity back into it. Because the chemical reactions on paper are reversible, but it's the structure within and the nature of the chemical reaction, the physical consequences of the chemical reaction that determine in large part whether or not we can reverse these structures. And I would tell my friends this, and one of my friends sent me a video that highlighted what you're going to see in column 100 and column 0, and what my group did was to run the interstitials. And so what we did here was take a AA battery, and we discharged it 10%, and then we ran this experiment where we simply dropped the battery. And when we dropped this battery and it was new and it wasn't discharged, it wouldn't bounce. And when the battery, when we discharged the battery beyond taking 20% of its capacity out, it starts to bounce a little bit, and then the bouncing levels off. And this was unexpected. When I saw the initial bounce video, because I had been studying the structure of these batteries for 10 years, it didn't surprise me too much for what I'm about to show you. But the fact that it changed in this manner was quite eye-opening, and actually helped us explain a failure mechanism. And the failure mechanism was actually directly analogous to concrete. That is to say that if I had a battery and I only took 20% of the energy out of this battery and put that 20% back in, I could run that cycle thousands of times with this particular chemistry. But if I took 50% of the energy out and tried to put it back in, it simply wouldn't accept the energy. And here's why. The structure of the battery, particularly the zinc anode, this is what the structure looks like when it is fresh, when we first open the package and or as built. Notice that there's a significant amount of porosity. These particles are loosely connected. Even in the preparation of this micrograph, we oxidized it. And so you see that this structure looks more akin to the concrete that we would expect to be a structural material. And this does not. This would be a poorly cured material, more akin to gravel or something like this. In the discharge state, the zinc is fully oxidized, and we see that there is very little porosity, and the interfaces are almost all gone. And so what happens as we discharge this structure is that the loosely packed zinc oxidizes, and the potassium hydroxide, which is a binder for modern carbon-free concretes, reacts with oxygen that's made available through the counter electrode. And we get this pore filling reaction that prevents the zinc from reacting anymore. So we're forming a kind of concrete within the battery, and the formation of this concrete is what prevents the battery from ever working again. So I was trying to come up with ways of reversing this, and I was getting to know Forrest and Claire at the time, and the question was, is if this is really analogous to concrete, and this carbonation, as I was learning, is a problem for concrete. So it's the oxidation then going to carbonation is a challenge for the structure of concretes. Can we positively couple these things, put electricity into these structures to reverse the carbonation, partially reverse the oxidation of rebar, and get to a point where the system can continually take and accept electrons, even in a partially oxidized state, but not taking it all the way. So if you can imagine having a wall constantly attached to the grid, constantly accepting and giving small amounts of electricity, breathing electricity, if you will, to maintain its physical structure. And so we call this project Overloaded Structures, and the idea is simply this: taking two forms of iron and earth-abundant materials. One is iron oxyhydroxide. The other is iron mixed with manganese dioxide, and manganese dioxide is a material that is co-extracted with iron, so it actually makes a better use of iron tailings. And the question was, is can we design this so that the rebar would be the active electrode within the system, and the porous concrete or the porous rocks, rock-like structures around the rebar would be flooded with solvent, because concrete, as I understand it, likes to be very dry or very wet, but not somewhere in between. And by operating this, we can constantly refresh the structure. So things got pretty weird because the carbonates still formed, and we then looked into how we can cycle carbonates, and carbonates are really the deadest of the dead, I've learned. As these carbonates form, they're very hard to electrochemically reverse. And when we talk about how to deal with the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it's of the same problem. If we can simply run an electrochemical reaction to split carbon from oxygen by leaving electrodes out, we would. It turns out that carbon dioxide is just exceptionally stable stuff, and this is one of the main triggers or one of the main reasons why reversing climate change is going to be so challenging. So what's interesting though is that carbonates can even be toxic, and so rat poison is a specific kind of carbonate. We said, the structure that we're creating here is sort of similar to rat poison. Because rat poison is toxic, this indicates that it might be chemically available and therefore electrochemically available. So we wrote a paper on electrochemically cycling a version of rat poison that actually worked okay, but it still eventually died. So eventually, by cycling the rat poison, it stopped being rat poison, it stopped being toxic, which also meant it stopped being chemically active. So the problem had layers of complexity that even after studying it for a decade, I didn't realize until we tried to make this concrete battery. So this was required context because I had been implicitly trying to reverse these concrete-like structures that formed in batteries for years and years and years. And I had been doing so because the way batteries have been designed forever, since the first modern electrochemical cells were developed in 1800 by Daniel and Volta, they were designed to fail in this way. And so I'm going to invoke two key terms in electrochemistry: corrosion and passivation. And when we design a battery, we implicitly choose passivation over corrosion because the energy that's available in the battery remains accessible for longer for a one-use operation if the battery fails via passivation rather than failing via corrosion. The way to think about this is the silly Duracell ads where they say the battery is going to last for 10 years. They designed the battery to slowly passivate over this 10 years rather than quickly corroding, because you're not intended, or that battery is not designed to take the electrons back. And so by designing a passivation failure mechanism, the self-discharge of the system is much slower. And we've been doing this for 200 years. So as I was trying to reverse the concretization of these batteries, I realized that we were trying to do this we've been fighting this natural and almost inevitable phenomenon for 200 years without making too much headway towards it. And the way the concrete forms is exceptionally complicated within the battery, just like it is outside the battery. And this is why we need neutrons and X-rays to study it even today. But this got me thinking about the implicit design of a battery and the fact that it was designed to passivate. Because when the battery was first invented in 1800, there was no electric grid. There was no way to readily recharge it. And so we wanted the electrons to always be available from this system. Now, in 2015, when I started this work, 2021 for sure, when we think about batteries that back up the grid, they're always connected to the grid. They almost always will have a source of electrons every day. If we think about supplying enough stored electricity to compensate for the stochastic nature of wind and solar energy, the battery will always be accepting electrons, but the priority is to not accept electrons, but give electrons. So we said, let's redesign the battery from scratch and make it so that rechargeability is number one with a bullet. And so we designed a battery to avoid passivation at all costs. And we looked for chemical systems that can do this. And we stumbled upon bromine, which is nasty stuff in its own way, but wonderful stuff in another way. Bromine you can think about as liquid oxygen. It is more oxidizing than oxygen, but in its natural state, it's a liquid rather than a gas. And that gives it key physical properties that enhance corrosion rates rather than enhancing passivation rates. So by making a battery specifically to avoid concretization, what we saw was that we can make a battery that could be cycled forever while doing what a battery was not supposed to do 200 years ago. And so this is a cross section of this battery that we designed. And it is charging and discharging. It's constantly short circuiting. It's constantly corroding, but it is always available to accept and give electrons. And its behavior can be quite predictable. And so this is a very new way of making batteries, but we're developing the transport models and an electrochemical understanding of this sort of as we speak. I've got a big project in my lab on doing this. And again, the entire point of this system was to avoid forming concrete, because by avoid forming a type of concrete within the battery, again, it would last forever. So I guess after this study, what I realized is that in many ways a concrete battery is an oxymoron, because the very aspects of concrete that we know and love in terms of its structural performance inherently make it difficult to reverse the energetics of it. Now, maybe this is possible, but it's quite challenging. And by taking this understanding of what concrete is and how concrete forms and designing a battery to avoid this at all costs, we invented a new way of storing energy that may hopefully have a better, I'm going to avoid the word life cycle analysis because I agree with that critique 100%, but may have a better amortization schedule. So thanks so much again for the really kind invitation and having me today. It's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Dan. I like that you felt the need to define for us what concrete, how you are using the word concrete, as though we would somehow police that. But it's so great to have this as a capping to the conversation on essentially energy, like all the panel we've heard direct the conversation to energy, and this has completely blown apart the objecthood of architecture, the line between what is a resource and what is, let's say, what is passivating, what is being passivated towards, if I can use that language. Forrest, you're here twice.
Yes, I'm here because I feel like we were debating whether we needed a break.
but I would just point that you can go outside if you have a phone. But this is also to give something very relevant to Dan's talk, which is that we do make buildings that passivate and do all kinds of interesting things. And the Andlinger Center building is one of them. And just for small entertainment value and to go outside, but also to show you that chemistry in buildings is real. This is the concrete of the building. And you can see there's all of the calcium carbonate that our building is naturally releasing as water drains through this stairwell somewhat improperly, which you can just see a drop fall there. And so again, this is just to show maybe a real life example of the ways in which concrete is in fact alive. So this exact same material that you'll see in stalactites form in caves, though it happens much faster in the building when water flows through concrete and changes the sort of chemical dynamics of what are happening. So, you know, if you've ever been to a cave, they tell you don't touch them because they'll take thousands of years to grow, but these take about a few months to grow. And that just gives a sense of how concrete is really.
We lost Forrest. Classic. But thank you for, okay, so thank you to all panelists.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Well, we just a quick sort of, because we might suddenly be joined by people expecting the keynote and also to tell our keynote speaker own, we will take 15 minutes for a good Q&A discussion. I think that's what it takes to at least have a good back and forth. And then, as we said, because we're rolling and our keynote speaker is very late in the evening, I think we will go straight to the keynote at 1:20. But in the meantime, I wanted to start off the conversation by just noting that it's been very interesting in this panel to hear that beauty has returned. The word beauty was, you know, David and Felix, I was holding my questions for you, because on the one hand, I find that your desire to visualize energy is clearly what's making you both render materials visible again. So you're both redrawing materials and you're both re-representing them as materials. You know, this is wood, this is how it's understood in the construction process, or this is a recycled or reused material, and they have to be made visible because indeed those materials are not often featured as, you know, heroic protagonists of architectural culture. So it's already work to visualize objects that, you know, are maybe down the chain. On the other hand, in terms of energy, I did notice a significant stepping away compared to the first panel of the human, you know, the original human motor, the original, you know, person who experiences and exerts energy. And so I'm wondering if you can comment a little bit on what pressure you feel to either visualize or not, or talk about or not, because of course your visualizations show us very much that you know exactly what labor it will take to build something, what movements, both the labor in the abstract sense of who will build it, or how much it will cost, let's say, but also the specific technical gestures that have to be done. So I'm wondering if in your visualizations between material and energy, what are the pressures and what are the opportunities for, you know, the human motor, let's say, that is also experiencing energy and producing it and delivering it? And then I'll have a separate question for Dan, not about the human.
Felix, do you want to go first, or?
I'll jump in. So I mean, I think the first part is easy, or it's not easy, but easier. The question about beauty, I think for me is important. If we talk about sustainability, the love for something is probably the quickest driving force to make it last longer. So if you enjoy something, you start taking care of it. And that maybe brings us also to the kind of influence of the human in all of this, right? I mean, we can talk about numbers all we want. If we want to live in a circular economy, then that moment where I pick something up and throw it away or not, right, is an essential moment in the question, do we close that loop or not, right? And so bringing it back to that beauty, if I want to take care of it, it is more likely that I treat it in a more circular way. And so I think that is something that we as architects should be talking about, right? I mean, we're designers, and so bringing the design aspect back into that conversation in terms of, you know, prolonging the use of material, not necessarily prolonging the use of the service time, but prolonging the use of that material, I think is an important aspect.
Felix, your presentation, it seemed to me, had a kind of secondary point, which actually was extremely strong, in that you made a great argument for preserving existing buildings, and the road to that, for me at least, is improving materials and methods that would be used for repair and maintenance. So I would just urge the participants and attendees and so on to take a look at what's going on now as a joint process between the American Concrete Institute and the International Concrete Repair Institute. And that all has been released in the last 2 years or so, 2 or 3 years. And also a larger project that the Getty Conservation Institute began in 2012 called Conserving Modern Architecture Initiative, which has now focused on, among other things, but has focused very much on concrete structures. And the Getty trying to partner with people in the UK and in France who are working on concrete repair as a means to hold on to these buildings rather than demolish and try to recycle materials into new structures.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I agree. I mean, the most sustainable building, if you want to use that term, is the one that's already there, right?
Yep.
In terms of materials, not necessarily in many other questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we had a great person from the Getty, right, Lucia, or that was working with on the last conference too, for reference. Yeah. But to the beauty question, I guess, how do you translate that to practice? Maybe I'll push the envelope a little on the pavilion project, David, like the doing exhibitions in pavilions, and how much resistance there is also to Lola, and it's really hard to change standards. So this relates to both obstacles in terms of standards, but then obstacles in terms of not building what people are used to things looking like, I guess. How much have you found ways around or addressed some of those challenges?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add that I think the idea of drawing the human is really important. So that's a great question. And for me, I think we've been looking for ways to do things like draw the human in the same frame as we're drawing the object and the flows of energy. And so, you know, those material stories, as preliminary as they are one way to do that. I mean, they have the human figure doing the labor. At the same time, they have the objects moving around, the matter being, you know, transformed. And although this is maybe a loose connection, I think also as we've started to try to draw something like the microbial world, you know, this invisible layer that's all around us, it's really challenged us in a good way about how to draw, you know, where's the boundary between the human and the non-human. I mean, everyone knows these statistics, like there are more microbial cells in the human body than human cells in the human body. So there's already this exchange going on. How do we draw that? How do we draw that interface with the materials, which also have this layer of microbes on top and inside? And so I think that's I guess where I was trying to go, that like the drawings, rather than be a place where we would, so I almost want to challenge the beauty thing. The drawings are not a place where we would go to like make beautiful drawings or use a drawing to make a beautiful object. The drawings are a place where we can try to understand in a new way what all these exchanges are, what's happening with the materials and the energy and the humans and the social dynamics. Can we use the drawing to do that rather than make, you know, some glossy one-off representation?
It strikes me that what's in a way you were sort of drawing what Sophia was describing this morning with the microbial environments. You know, if concrete is going to be understood as ubiquitous, then we might as well consider it an environment for life of all scales. And the challenge would be to be able to draw into it human experience that is not exclusively related to the persons who make the concrete or the persons who forget that concrete is there, but to challenge that, okay, if this is the concrete that one habituates to, because materials are so pervasive that they help us habituate to our world. And so what is the proper visualization of that in a way that both challenges the notion of habituation to a material and at the same time invites the kind of pleasure that Lola was talking about. So Lola pictured the human, she pictured herself having a material attachment to touching concrete, and that's why she was motivated to make a new, I mean, Dan did something similar, right? Which is that once you see that battery jumping, everybody has that reaction. Okay, what can we do with that battery jumping? It was such great suspense, Dan. I loved it. It was like, okay, so what does it mean that the battery is bouncing? Are we going to make it bounce? Are we going to, so of course the resolution is very complicated. I guess what I'm just wondering if that doesn't in some way question the very idea of lifespan even more, even the idea that we think of materials as things that are just things, that they are evaluated by the standards of even Felix, what you just said, of course, the most sustainable building is the one that's already there, but the most sustainable life maybe is the question slightly bigger question. I do think that it's a valid thing to make those things beautiful, of course, but maybe there's an even bigger continuum between human experience and the habituation that materials do and the blindnesses that they imply.
Yeah. Well, David's Hilo project challenges the building's already there philosophy a little bit. And it's like maybe, and Felix, you presented the biological versus the technical cycle. I think those are the interplay between whether something exists permanently or is designed to exist very temporarily. And we don't really design that way. I think, I always have a trouble thinking of something that actually has a closed loop technical cycle. And this is sort of maybe all the way back to Kiel's presentation of like really the externalities of the things in the technical loop. It's really hard to get rid of all of them. I don't know if anybody has a good example. I mean, Lola, I think you're coming close in some of the projects, right? Some of these things are cycling, but there's always, like, as I was picking on Felix, like there's a crane in the picture. Did you include the crane having to lift the stuff as part of the cycle that has emissions and it's running on diesel, et cetera, which is always the thorn in the side of the picture of the cycle, which I think Kiel does a wonderful job of sort of setting up the problematic of that. But I don't want it to hinder the discussion. Maybe as a proactive question, what are some ways that we maybe move toward that, or you've experienced good aspects? I think the drawing certainly helped to bring in a lot of those other externalities, but maybe there's other examples. Even with batteries, maybe, I don't know.
I think that going back to beauty, there's a really interesting notion of course, sense of aesthetics is individual, and very similar to you, Forrest, as an engineer, speaking about aesthetics and design and beauty might exceed my, a set of, not saying knowledge or skills, but referring to, for instance, the biophilic design paradigm, which looks at it from an evolutionary biology point of view, there are aspects of beauty of interaction with the natural world that we're actually, as human beings, were evolved to interact with in a way that enhances our physical, mental well-being and health. So I think that's also an interesting aspect of, the interaction with the microbial world and with living spaces that kind of interacts with our own living experience, in a sense, if that, right?
I was thinking, David, as you choose what to draw, I mean, this is basically your 5 models of research. Were they 5? Yes. Five, drawing is 5, right?
Yeah, drawing is the 5th. I mean, that's a loose framework. I just kind of came up with that for this, but yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I mean, it's really good because it answers a question that Forrest and I are frequently asked and are asking ourselves, which is, okay, so since concrete as an industry is so vast, so massive, and in a way all of these conversations point out what a small role the architect plays in all this. And thus, but the architect draws, renders visible, and locates humanity in a variety of ways. And so when I see the Stewart Brand diagram of how buildings learn, which looks like a house, but is really still kind of humanoid, you know, internally consistent with the layers of skin. In a way, I want a replacement for that. And I want a diagram that shows us passivation. Like passivation is a concept that until I did this research about reinforced concrete, I didn't understand at all. It just wasn't something that I understood as an option. We continually passivate through this environment. That's not something you really want to.
Your audio kind of dropped out. Lucia.
Yeah, yeah. Not really something you want to. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, it just, your audio dropped out a little bit. I don't know, maybe something fell on your mic.
So, it seems to me that passivation, for example, is either something that happens to a concrete or it's not. That's not the same. The diagram we need for that is almost like a branching tree. Like, there are things that you could draw that would not be quite so centered on the material or centered on, you know, like the Stuart Brand concentric diagram.
Mm-hmm. I think that the question that leads to, though, is time scale, I guess, of that, like where that, because you did that, David, in the trying to bring in time scale into the frame of that, the sort of, what is the process? There's a process, but then the process has a time scale, and Dan brought this up too. And batteries lifespan is a totally different space, but the mechanisms at play are very similar to these very long time scales in concrete and materials that you're depicting. And then to Keel's point about the wood cycling, I think the biggest problem within the whole wood sector is whether you're looking at like 100-year cycle of the forest, or what we tend to do is take this one little moment where we took the tree down and now the tree's in the building, and that carbon now suddenly is negative emissions for some reason, even though over the broad scope of time, what really matters is what's happening in the forest ecology from which the lumber is coming, right? I don't know if how much dynamics we really are able to capture in sort of these varying timescales that Dan, I think, started with in his talk too.
Forrest, I think it's a good way to talk about drawing, because I agree that we have to, like, as architects, like it's the fundamental conundrum of architecture and thermodynamics or ecology is that we have to draw these things, but you can't draw energy. You can't draw ecology. You can draw the artifacts or the kind of states of certain things. So I think it's an error to kind of, you know, like, I'm glad that we're drawing more things, more processes, kind of expanding the system boundary a bit, but we're still drawing them in Cartesian spaces. We're still drawing artifacts, right? Now we're drawing the factory and the tree or something like that, but we're still thinking through Cartesian means. And I think that sets a real clear upper limit on, you know, we need to learn how to model in Lagrangian terms if we want to really be following things through methodologically in a rigorous way, in a scientific and philosophically rigorous sort of way, right? So certain, you know, architects do some things in like Eulerian environments where we simulate a flow of air or something like that. And I think we have some capacities for that, but thinking and practicing in a Lagrangian way is just sort of like outside of any work that I've ever seen in architecture. But it's like absolutely the kind of design space that we need to be thinking about and having real conversations about these topics. And it's a super interesting challenge. I mean, it's most of my studios are about some kind of Lagrangian modeling method, but it's sort of like outside of our vocabulary. It's outside of our imagination. And but I think it's the key point, like moving beyond a kind of Cartesian or Eulerian design space is at the heart of all of these questions.
Yeah. I mean, you showed the diagrams of Odom, I mean, and worked through that, and various people worked through that. And then David, you had that one diagram of the embodied computation lab with like origin of the tree. And somewhere in between there, I think, is a question of engagement in the design process, I guess, to Keel's point about where do we bring time scaling? Can you do a completely different philosophical thinking about presentation and representation that really brings those into the, for lack of a better word, the creative process on the design side. So there is, I think, another thing of its time that's just we should touch on in the Q&A, which is about space. We haven't really touched on how much all of this changes as you change locations and what's available in terms of how the bringing in climate, the climate itself is changing, right? That's one of the feedback loops we're all acutely aware of. Things are shifting, but also temporally and spatially, we tend right now to build, especially concrete, as if it's the same in every place, but moreover, just in general, all the materials, Lola, you've been talking about, they all are much more locally specific. And I think closing some of the cycles has to do with understanding that. I mean, it comes back to the point from the last panel about local materials for concrete. Concrete's still made locally, but it's a global industry. There's all kinds of ways in which those aspects spatially play out and how we think about what comes after. What could be, do we go to a more locally resourced means and mechanisms, as Lola pointed to, or are there ways to close the technical loop and mine our cities, as Felix sort of poses, or systems that we might employ to better incorporate the design, the upfront part of the design. So I think there's plenty. I don't think we're ever going to come to an answer today, but I'm really enjoying contemplating the many different avenues we may. I'm optimistic that we have the avenues, but I'm still challenged as to what is the right direction to take.
Yeah, I mean, one way to think about what just happened in this panel is that we just are getting finally closer to depicting material decisions, design decisions that exist both in engineering and in architecture, where people really do ask themselves, not what does the brick want to be, but what does metal want really? What does it, that moment when Dan said that his two mentors were somehow debating what metal wants to be. This is essentially a design decision, but we are now expanding, hopefully enough, the seriousness with which we depict that as not just a folly, not just an individual folly, that it's a technically constrained, environmentally portentous decision, but one that is a decision indeed, one that has agency, and we have to account for those agents. But the more we describe material processes as being subject to those decisions, and the more we then describe how designers act in the world together, I think the better off we are towards having a materially accurate or an informed decision across discipline between history and theory and technology. Not to bring it back to us, but that's where we started.
I want to add one more. I think that's a good way to frame it. Like, how does the drawing interface with the point of decision making? One thing I've been struggling with a lot is trying to draw scalability. So I don't mean scale in the idea of multiple scales. I mean, like, could we draw the potential for one type of design decision with materials and energy to have like a lever effect, or to be a solution? I mean, it's in a way, I know there's some potential pitfalls here, but it's like interfacing Al Gore's pie chart of carbon emissions, with certain design decisions. So like, are we really going to make a difference by certain decisions in the right amount of time, speaking of time? Or is this too much of a one-off? And that would be the point also where we would have to try to anticipate and even draw unintended consequences. I mean, that's the kind of thing that comes up with a lot of the systems thinking, like, how do you ensure that by making, mass timber as a replacement for concrete, or a better version of mass timber, which might be use bamboo because it can grow quicker. Again, speaking of time, like what is the scalability of that type of decision? Could it scale up? Could it have an impact? Could it change the needle in 10 years that we need? And would it involve all of these other unintended consequences, like deforestation by accident because of various other forces? So, but again, I think in defense of drawing, I think just by asking those questions and by having the drawing as a way to like debate them, struggle with them, even fail to represent, that's a good way to expand the thinking and the role of the architect and address that urgency.
Yeah, I think that's
so. Thank
rate
you.
of change.
Yeah, thank you, panelists, for really indulging us and and presenting amazing work and presenting together. I think it's also really compelling how it coheres as a new picture of what's going on across materials through energy. So we'll now, with only 20 minutes delay, so not quite on, there you are, not quite Egyptian time. That would have been 5 minutes delay. We've arrived finally at our keynote for the evening. It's indeed evening where On is. So I'll just introduce him real quick, and then after that we'll have a discussion where we will be joined by our panelists and also Reinhold Martin, who has now rejoined us, who will join us in doing a roundup. So On Barak is a social and cultural historian of science and technology in non-Western settings. He's written 3 books. The first was On Time, Technology and Temporality in Modern Egypt. Actually, that was the second. The first was Names Without Faces, From Polemics to Flirtation in an Islamic Chat Room. And the most recent, which is titled Powering Empire, How Coal Made the Middle East and Sparked Global Carbonization. So On is a associate professor at the Department of Middle Eastern and African History at Tel Aviv University. He's been an extremely generous interlocutor for me and for many others in architecture. And that generosity includes being able to know when to listen to other fields and when not. And it's a great pleasure to have him conclude today's conference. So On, if you're ready, please join us.
Yes, so let me share my screen. And in the meantime, thank you, Lucia. Where is it? Here. Yeah, so thank you, Lucia, and thank you, Forrest, and thank you, everybody, for this really stimulating conversation. And Lucia, you will get your Egyptian time because I was allotted 30 minutes, but I will speak something like 35. So let's call it 30 minutes Egyptian time. And for those of you who don't get the joke, I hope it will become clearer as I go on. I will talk today about the connection of concrete failure and fossil fuels. My spiel focuses on coal as an input in concrete production, which hopefully pushes our discussion of concrete beyond its singular materiality towards broader energetic and environmental contexts. And also because very much like concrete, coal embodies the tension between fuel or energy on the one hand and fossil or stone on the other. Now, as far as I know, the first reinforced concrete structure built in the Middle East, and we have a circular economy here because we're kind of closing the circle from where Nimrod took us off, is this structure. It's this lighthouse built in Port Said, which was then in Ottoman Egypt. Port Said, of course, is the town in the Mediterranean mouth of the Suez Canal. It was completed just 1 week before the festive inauguration of the canal in August 1869. Here we see the canal. The canal, of course, was an engineering wonder. It was based on the largest concentration of mechanical energy in history. And it was an acceleration track for global carbonization. At least this is how I call it, the reversal of decarbonization, the worldwide proliferation of fossil fuels. Now, as a man-made channel, it shares much with the man-made stone that concerns us today. Both are achievements of modernity, which the horizon of climate collapse colors in a less flattering light. This was true when this talk was supposed to be delivered last month, but it actually goes way beyond the recent blockage of the canal. Actually, the Ever Given incident throws into sharper relief how things worked in the 19th century. You know, we tend to think of the canal as a single static object, but it was always a moving target. The narrow waterway created a bottleneck through which tacking or zigzagging sail ships could not pass without colliding against the banks. And this promoted a shift to steamers, first to side wheelers, which again damaged themselves against the banks, and consequently to ships with rear propellers. So the canal and the ship, or the infrastructure and the transportation technology, created one another in a feedback cycle. The shift to liners, to steamers sailing in straight lines, also promoted point-to-point navigation, and therefore the construction of more lighthouses, more reinforced concrete, and so on and so forth. So lighthouses help elucidate the importance of concrete, a substance quickly setting or quickly solidifying, and therefore very appropriate for building near or in aquatic environments as an infrastructure for global carbonization. Port Said, for example, did not have in its vicinity stone quarries, and it was easier and cheaper to transport cement and steel. By the way, I learned from Lucia and Forrest's article that when Hamada developed his carbonation equation, he relied on experiments in different buildings, including the Takao Lighthouse near Taipei, another lighthouse built in the 1860s or 1870s. At any rate, the Port Said Lighthouse guides our path spatially and temporally. Spatially, it draws attention to the maritime aspects of the spread of coal and concrete, a process usually associated with land. From the sea, we'll proceed to the liminal space of the coast and only then to the interior. And temporally, the 1869 lighthouse allows pushing backwards concrete story, which we usually begin half a century later. So this allows retracing the joint spread of coal and concrete to begin the story of beyond concrete in a point before concrete, and to kind of enter the Anthropocene, not in the usual acceleration of the hockey sticks after 1945, but in the second industrial revolution. And it also allows attending to time itself, the time of coal and the time of concrete in the Anthropocene. So I have 4 points, and this is the first one. Discussions of fossil fuels usually assume a rupture with previous driving forces, what is called energy transition, and especially a rupture with muscle energy and human labor. Coal-fired steam engines were assumed to be labor-saving devices, so the steamers passing through the canal, for example, did not require the ample manpower of sailors climbing up and down masts to operate an elaborate system of sails in wind-powered vessels. Of course, they did rely on firemen, stokers, coal heavers, and many, many coal miners, but these workers were less visible. They were underground or in the bellies of engine rooms, and less visible and thus easier to ignore. And there was also a new split between extracting the energy and deploying it. This is also true for concrete making, and the coal-fired dredgers, which we see here, built to dig the Suez Canal, to build its embankments, to reclaim land, and also for making concrete blocks, are a good case in point. These machines were documented with the relatively new technology of photography in the 19th century, in images such as these ones, sold in world fairs, almost always without people, or at least without the Egyptian workers that worked on or near them. This stripping away of the human from the technological is surely one way of broadening the discussion of concrete towards energy, the energy of labor power, but it is a more general theme, and I will revisit it later, and many of us already touched on it before. At any rate, missing from these images and from most stories about the canal are the thousands of corvée laborers who died digging the canal and were buried where they fell, becoming parts of the banks, maybe like in these mafia stories about building concrete bridges in New York City. This invisible dead labor that is not reducible to capital is a feature, not a bug, of fossil fuel mechanization. Man-made things evaporating the human element of making them was what coal-fired steam engines did regularly. Man-made waterways, man-made stones, even man-made ice with coal-fired ice makers, the ice used to resuscitate from heat stroke workers fainting in the engine rooms of steamers passing through the canal in August, when temperatures could reach as high as 70 degrees Celsius in the boiler room, all suggest that concrete was a symptom of coal's ability to quickly transform states of matter. So before we attend to the synergy of coal and concrete, it is important to remember that this nexus depended on other older kinds of power, and these kinds of power were often intensified, not surpassed or made redundant. So this was the first point. And the second point now attends to this synergy. Lucia and Forrest identify a critical feedback cycle, and I quote, concrete carbonation and the rise in the Earth's temperature influence each other reciprocally. Today, the concrete construction industry contributes approximately 5 to 8% of anthropogenic CO2 emissions. Thus, the factor K is dynamic in part because it is affected by the change in the nature of the atmosphere, including the change provoked by all of the accumulated concrete production around the world since 1900. Obviously, most of this emitted CO2 comes from something not directly mentioned, the combustion of fossil fuels. And I wonder if the numbers include sand extraction and metal manufacturing, both also depending on coal and then on oil. Historically, the expansion of the metal industry after its mechanization in the second half of the 19th century, and the related introduction of coal power was a precondition for the popularization of reinforced concrete. But if coal was a precondition for concrete, we seem to have a chicken and egg situation here, because if we go back to the sea and to the lighthouses, we realize that before coal could become an available energy source for the local production of concrete, concrete itself was essential in making the infrastructures for shipping coal from the British Isles and elsewhere in Western Europe to the colonies, and in the 20th century, for the infrastructures for shipping oil in the other direction. In the 19th century, the steamship was seen as a railway without a track, a means of transportation requiring frequent stops, about once per week roughly, unlike sailboats, which could stay long periods in the open sea. Reinforced concrete facilitated the industrialization of the sea, the carbonization that would in turn bring about its own carbonation. And what we see here are maps of lighthouses in leaps of 2 centuries each. So the 1850s, the 1870s, the 1890s, and 1914. Such infrastructures, coaling depots, deep water harbors, customs houses, these lighthouses, the Suez Canal, you name it. In short, the localization or the making local of concrete production, a key feature in what made reinforced concrete a standard building technique of the 20th century, required the proliferation of its energy source, coal, and vice versa. So to make my intervention here clear, if Lucia and Forrest give us an atmospheric perspective and a cumulative one, I am trying to complement it with a historical perspective and a maritime one. And indeed, this is how the hydrocarbon economy is represented in the 1860s. This is a famous thematic cartography produced by Charles-Joseph Minard, the father of, or the grandfather of infographics, stressing so much stressing the maritime nature of the proliferation of this fossil fuel that he has to make these choices like expanding the Straits of Gibraltar beyond recognition. Okay, so to my third point. The boomtown of Port Said, a city newly built in a place devoid of agriculture or drinkable water, offers a good example to the two previous points. The reliance of coal-based infrastructures on human labor, of those building and later operating the canal, and of the synergy of coal and concrete along the nodes of this system. And it exemplifies also a third project, another process, a third point, the rapid urbanization in coastal plains made possible by the wedding, by the synergy of these powers, human labor, coal, concrete, and several other things like sand. One of the characteristics of global carbonization was the expansion of existing port cities like Alexandria, Jaffa, or Beirut, to talk about my own neighborhood, and the emergence of new ones like Port Said or Tel Aviv. All these new urban centers were connected, new or vastly expanded urban centers were connected via steamer lines, coaling stations, lighthouses, etc., to the network of global trade and transportation, as well as to other port cities and to interiors, gradually via railways and roads that are increasingly made from concrete, connecting them to cities like Cairo, Damascus, Jerusalem. Now, Palestinian historian Salim Tamari noticed an interesting phenomenon. Until the second half of the 19th century, Levantine, especially Palestinian coastal towns, turned their backs to the sea. They allocated separate mosques to sailors, feared sea breeze, and built their houses so that windows and doors turned to the east. And of course, they were surrounded by walls and fortifications meant to repel human and non-human invasions from the sea. Until the 20th century, most of the region's population was not concentrated along the coast, but this is changing rapidly here in the Middle East and globally, as Amitav Ghosh noticed. This is a quote from The Great Derangement. I will let you read it. But the crux of it is that before modernity, people feared the sea. After it, they started considering it as prime real estate. Concrete's marriage to coal and oil is an important driver of this process. And Tel Aviv, from which I'm broadcasting, is a good example. The so-called White City, and Nimrod also kind of prepared the ground here. The so-called White City was one of the first places in Palestine where reinforced concrete was used en masse. And actually the silicate bricks built between the concrete columns and covered in white plasters were what gave the city its nickname. Whereas the lighthouses and maritime environments I alluded to earlier were places reinforced concrete did not push for the adoption of new building styles. In coastal cities, this certainly was the case. Wide porches, corners without columns, strip windows hugging the corner without being interrupted by a column, etc. Now, this is not true at all for Tel Aviv, but certainly true for several of its northern and southern neighbors like Beirut and Alexandria. The process there was pushed by a bombardment from the sea, from steamships, bombardments that initiated or ignited a defortification process. But even when stones of old walls were turned to promenades and cornices, they were supplanted with concrete, which was also used for breakwaters and wave dissipating blocks. These made docking as well as sea bathing easier. And as a side note, in the context of concrete energetics, it is interesting to mention this feature of absorbing the power of external flows like waves or storms, which is evident in many, many other structures. So the Jaffa Customs House, a famous international style building built in the 1930s, comes to mind. It was built exactly to repel these kinds of storms and waves from hitting the city. At any rate, taller sea-facing concrete buildings were part of a new infatuation with the sea, evident in poetry, painting, even a trend of interior wall and ceiling painting of seascapes, even in older houses. I have another one. But the main symptom of this new culture was seagoing and the development of a beach culture, the discovery of the beach, as it were. A new tension is born in this moment between two attitudes to sea sand. One is commodifying it as a key input for concrete manufacturing, including the idea that concrete would fulfill the modernist idea of a sand and dust-free city, the kind of Corbusierian city, and turn sand from a problem to a solution by absorbing it into roads and walls. The other ideal or the other stance sees sand as the soft layer of the beach, and later as a depleting substance in need of protection from these very extractive impulses. Tel Aviv, the city that sprang from the sands, emblematizes the Zionist ideal of cladding the Holy Land with a dress of concrete and cement, as a famous poem puts it. Now, the person who brought these materials to the city after Weiss, in fact, which Nimrod presented to us, was Meyer Dizengoff, the first mayor, who had a business of importing Portland cement, who founded a company for paving roads and salvaging land, who inaugurated the first Jewish seaport, and who was also involved in importing automobiles. He thus personally exemplifies the connection of fossil fuels and concrete, and methodologically retracing this nexus might go through following such careers. the fossil fuels and concrete-driven turn to the sea, including the carbon footprint of daily commutes to these coastal cities on concrete roads from interiors, the resulting sea level rise, sea acidification, desalination of aquifers, the collapse of the Nile Delta, the damage to agriculture and fisheries, the depletion of sand, among many other environmental repercussions, make it clear that the process of carbonization had other consequences for the world and even for concrete structures way beyond concrete carbonation. Okay, and I come to my fourth and last point. If what I've said so far was meant to rethink concrete in a broader ecology of materials, flows, and energy sources, I want to take another step in this direction and suggest that perhaps also the temporality of concrete and the question of its durability or failure, the time oscillating between eternity and the century, is not singular to concrete, but rather is informed by this broader ecology of which it is part. Now, we tend to think about the connection between deep geological time and human history, and also human science, on a diachronical level, a level in which the human historical time is small scale and recent, and it is a time standing on the broad shoulders of the macro time or the macro temporality of deep or ancient time. Viewed like this, Hamada's equation reveals a category error. We thought concrete belonged to the latter temporality, but in fact it is historical, man-made, ephemeral. But while this might very well be true, I want to suggest another perspective, a synchronic one, stemming from my thinking about the temporality of coal. To do this, we can go back to 19th century Egypt, and we will, but there is a better point of departure, especially in this crowd of an architectural school. Louis Mumford's famous statements from Techniques and Civilization: the clock, not the steam engine, is the key machine of the modern industrial age, which I actually want to put on its head. And to do this, we can start again with a very famous point of departure, the kind of most prominent historical discussion of modern clock discipline. Before steam power spread in the British Isles, the protagonists of E.P. Thompson's 1967 article on time discipline could assert their agency about clock time in the 1820s and 1830s in water-wheel powered mills, but far less so under coal. For these laborers, the clock was a means to fight their employers and insist on implementing the agreed upon time is money equation. This was because the fluctuations and irregularities of water power created tensions and labor unrest. When the river was high, workers were forced to stay at water wheel powered mills beyond the mandatory 12-hour workday. But steam engines offered capitalists a crucial advantage in these struggles. By the year 1830, these machines were mobile enough to compete with water power, which had bound production to riverbanks. Mobile generators and portable fuels allowed mills to be moved to urban centers where workers were abundant and thus replaceable. So against the ebbs and flows of water and work time, the regularity of steam power afforded better exploitation of human work. In the following decades, employers in Europe's periphery, in cotton mills in colonial Bombay, and in the silk sector in Ottoman Bursa, for example, similarly often chose to ignore the clock in their steam mills, whereas workers on their part fought for more regular clock time shifts, but now often in vain. Steam engines trumped clocks and informed whether, where, and how time discipline would be imposed, and as we will now see, also what mechanical time actually meant in different places. So let us examine now the introduction of clock time into the Middle East and its relationship to global carbonization. In the year 1870, the first timetables were published in the Egyptian state railways, a process that went along with the centralization of coaling in the railway. The introduction of railway timetables was a consequence of an event a year earlier, with which we're already familiar, the shift of the British India traffic to the Suez Canal after the canal's inauguration in 1869. As a competitor to the canal, the railway connecting Cairo, Alexandria, and Port Said had to look for ways to reduce costs and increase efficiency. One of the first targets was coaling, the largest item in a railway bill, especially in a place like Egypt, where fossil fuel was imported at great cost. Until 1870, the different sections of the Egyptian railway operated independently, both technically and administratively. This did not allow centralized registration of coal expenditure or a timetable for the entire railway due to congestions that disrupted planning and because human coaling labor was harder to control and synchronize. Now, a locomotive consumed in the 19th century as much as 1/10 of its daily fuel supply, simply heating itself to the point that it could produce steam to carry its own weight. Therefore, the steam engine combined thrift in time and coal. The train that lingered in different stations wasted more time and more coal than the train that did not wait. Setting fixed times for passenger pickup drew its logic from this new and synergic nexus of time and fuel. Yet if the centralization of coaling and the introduction of unified timetables were interdependent, both these processes could be articulated in multiple ways, and not only in the forms that were standardized in Europe. And this was partly because that as long as passengers and goods waited in stations rather than trains waiting for them, delays hardly mattered. In both Europe and the Middle East, the interest of the public, I quote, in regularity, speed, safety, and economy often contradicted the financial goals of railway companies. End of quote. And if this was the case in the quoted British parliamentary report from 1872, a year later, when the coal industry brought about a global Great Depression, railway companies were forced to prioritize coal thrift over the public interest in many places and in many fashions. In Egypt, things were much worse. Under a new debt payment regime resulting from the need to repay building the Suez Canal, the railway was forced to hand over most of its revenue, leaving very little for working expenses. It was also subjected to an international board of directors, making it very difficult to manage. All this caused frequent delays. Delays were directly related to coal-saving policies. There were economic reasons for keeping a schedule, but not necessarily keeping to it. Engineers argued that laxer efficiency and punctuality standards should apply in a railway whose, I quote, employees are drawn from the uncivilized population in which years of training must be devoted before they become competent workmen who realize what efficiency means. In such a colonial railway, the company would continue to employ cheap labor and shut its eyes to failures and delays until its passengers clamored for better service. End of quote. Now, this hierarchy is quite familiar. European modernity was shot through with a temporal hierarchy that arranged different peoples and civilizations along a developmentalist or evolutionary time arrow, where the British gentleman was the paragon of creation. What I'm trying to clarify here is how this Orientalist notion of historical time was translated into timetables and clocks and greatly invigorated under steam, which gave it a new lease on life in the modern era, and vice versa, how minutes and hours were synchronized or asynchronized with notions of historical time. The resulting Egyptian time was first resisted by Egyptian passengers who were comparing their railway performance standards to what they saw in Europe. But in time, Egyptians started finding benefits in the fact that, unlike the alienated, impersonal, and rigid temporal standards in industrial Europe, their time was more attuned to interpersonal relationships and laxer. And they began to take pride in the fact that the modernist and capitalist fascination with speed and punctuality was tempered in Egypt by an appreciation of slowness and asynchrony. Lola, this is for you. In many of these critiques, time was not money, and even the fossil fuels that animated time should not be monetized or subjected to the logic of the market. In the canal, or the railway, or in coal mines in in the Ottoman Empire, people rejected the stripping off of the human element from technology or from natural resources. What I just demonstrated for the railway is applicable also for other coal-fired technologies, telegraphs, telephones, tramways, and also to other forms of temporality. So not only punctuality, but also synchronicity and speed. The differential nature of time manifested itself on different temporal scales. Exactly what excused operating a railway with more lenient standards of punctuality was the position of Egypt in a slower and earlier stage of development on a time arrow whose tip was Western Europe. The colonial encounter created a spectrum of punctualities and speeds that made Egypt lax and lethargic in contrast to the punctual and swift British Isles. This was a worldview accepted not only in the global north, but also in the global south. Middle Easterners bought into it just as much as Europeans did. So in a nutshell, coal fossilized 19th century and earlier racial and Orientalist, cultural, and until then ephemeral notions of time, and made them durable as principles of machine operation. Sorry. Nowadays, we tend to consider the time of coal not with clocks, but in terms of deep geological time, captured in the notion the Anthropocene. We usually think of this relationship in terms of emissions from coal combustion deposited in the atmosphere as greenhouse gas, and through the effects of these emissions, like concrete carbonation. But it is important to also note the centrality of the underground and of coal and coal searches in the history that produces this framework, the Anthropocene. While the history of geology and stratigraphy, the division of the Earth into distinct layers corresponding to different geological epochs, is not exclusively a story of coal, this mineral is absolutely central to the development and spread of this epistemology in the 19th century and onwards, when doing stratigraphy was above all yoked to the purpose of mapping the underground for finding the first fossil fuel, The term Anthropocene, the time or epoch of the Anthropos, when humanity became a geological force, supposes a homogeneity of an abstract humanity. Indeed, the many critiques of the term usually revolve around the problem of the decontextualized or depoliticized Anthropos, the fact that blaming all of humanity in the abstract for climate collapse effaces the much greater responsibility of capitalists, Westerners, plantation owners, Christians, men, or fill in the blank. Far less attention is given to the suffix "seen," Greek, time in Greek, and to the temporal dimension of the Anthropocene framework. Yet alongside the abstract presentless time of Western geology, there existed other ways of conceptualizing deep time. So to revisit our Ottoman Egyptians and their alternative or even counter tempos once again, in translations of French and British stratigraphy into Arabic and Ottoman Turkish, these people associated stratigraphy with the notion of tabakat, or generations of Islamic scholars, and thus with intergenerational responsibility, again celebrating a time anchored in interpersonal relationships, and they saw coal as a divine deposit, as a gift of God, to be distributed to the communities, pious or poor. Ottoman stratigraphy inflects deep time, pluralizes the Anthropocene, and opens up Dipesh Chakrabarty's question, which Lucia and Forrest repeat, of connecting historical and planetary time, if not reproducing his answer. In fact, Ottoman temporalities offer an alternative way of thinking about the transformation of humans into a geological force. So how should we think together the measurable time of minutes and hours, the time of centuries of human history or concrete failure, and the deep time of geology? This task is critical not only because we suddenly realize that geological time bursts into our own history and present, but also because the emergence of humanity as a geological force manifests itself in terms of speed. By becoming a geological force, humanity accelerated and, in a sense, humanized geological time. Geological processes no longer require millions of years to slowly unfold, but can take place in a few decades. By the way, geology itself shifted in the process from what was called uniformitarianism, the notion that nature does not make leaps, to gradually include elements of what was once called catastrophism. We are the biblical deluge, as it were. And what better example of this than concrete, in which humans accelerated processes of rock formation and are suddenly discovering the relative ephemerality of their man-made rocks. David Wallace Wells recently half-joked in The Uninhabitable Earth that we emitted more greenhouse gases since the airing of Seinfeld than in all prior history. This was long after the scientific consensus shone clearly through the screens erected by the merchants of doubt. We know very well what we're doing. Yet the urgency that should result from this realization is differentially distributed across the globe. And I want to suggest that this too has much to do with the history of carbonization and its hierarchical temporalities. The gap between awareness and action on a global scale is related to the way decarbonization entered geopolitics, informed by claims from countries in the global south that they have the right to catch up with the post-industrialized global north before carbon neutrality can be discussed or reached. For example, rather than calling for a global redistribution of existing resources. This is the very developmentalist time arrow forged in the 19th century and in the process of carbonization. But as we have seen, the 19th century was also a time when alternative ways for thinking about time, both quotidian and deep, emerged. So what if, along with thinking of humanity as a geological force, we deploy such humanized temporalities and humanized energetics and start thinking of nature or geology as saturated with human ethics, with interpersonal care, with intergenerational responsibility, and the list can probably include Felix's beauty or love. What if we realize that we are still in history, in some respects still in the age of coal and even in the 19th century, that we never stopped being modern, but that the key technologies and energies that birthed the modern world animated standardization, but also flexibilization, the logics of the market that renders energy and matter into flows of capital through, say, energy as GDP or cap and trade policies, but also gave rise to sources of resistance to these logics. So these are just some of the questions that, starting before concrete, help in going after it. And I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, On. That was an incredible journey where we stopped every so often to fuel up on historical narratives. I'm struck by your taking on Lewis Mumford. I've been known to do that myself. And really questioning where it is that we locate the technological in architecture. Because by saying it's not the clock, it's not the steamship, it's the clock, he means to go against, he means to point to a more abstract form, he means to elevate his discourse. And of course, you point out that that abstraction is in no way distinct from resource extraction. So for this final discussion, I mean, I have tons of questions, but I will instead introduce my colleague, Reinhold Martin, who is a professor of architecture at the GSAPP, as well as the director of the Buell Center and the director of several other things. And he has very kindly agreed to join us for the final discussion. We've asked him to direct some larger thematic questions for, let's say 10 minutes or so, make some remarks, and then Forrest and I will join back in after 10 minutes to help him and all of us panelists to have a concluding discussion, concluding, of course, just for this event, but then many more conversations to come. So
I'll just add informally, since I've been informally introducing everybody, that really arriving 7 years ago now into the architectural world, Reinhold was my initiation into what the Anthropocene means in architecture, I think at a conference, I think this was a while ago. So I'm actually very excited to have you here because I've since then appreciated very much so how we talk about the Anthropocene in architecture. So thanks for joining us.
Thanks. Sorry about that, Forrest. I didn't know that was true, but here we are.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, and I want to, I think, on behalf of everybody here on the screen and wherever we all are in our networks, to thank An Barak for this wonderful concluding talk, and that I basically thought that we could pick up some of the conversations that you all have begun. I apologize for having to step away for a PhD exam midstream, but caught many of the conversations and to connect a few dots. And I wanted to do that by going back to the beginning of An's talk, to the Suez Canal, and to see if there are some other things there. And I'm really honestly just curious what you think, that we could pursue to help connect. One is to think about how we think about materials to begin with, whoever that we is, whether we are scholars of architecture, our practitioners, engineers, et cetera, the group that's here, or others who might be joining in this conversation. The suggestions that have been made throughout, and I think you just demonstrated, I think very, very elegantly, in a sense, how to do this in 4 points, is to think materials relationally, we could say ecologically, in the sense as belonging to, and to some extent constituted through their relations with other processes, forces, beings. I'm thinking also about Sophia's brilliant kind of intervention earlier on the internal ecosystem that is concrete. And so to return to that ecosystem, Forrest and Lucia, I think Forrest, you showed very early on, you showed the section of a reinforced concrete something with the steel bar, the steel rebar in there to show how carbonation works. And so this is where we go back to Suez. One of the other, you mentioned this in your talk also, on one of the other uses of concrete in the canal was as to make blocks for jetties and breakwaters and so on. Those blocks, as I presume, I don't know for sure, I presume were not reinforced, which is one of the reasons they could go in the water, because you wouldn't have the steel, exposed in one way or the other. And but the steel, nonetheless, becomes a kind of limiting and both defining factor for a couple of presenters along the way. Said, well, when I say concrete, I mean reinforced concrete. And then meanwhile, there were I think Nimrod showed some examples of blocks. I know there are others. Lola, I know, works on this, of masonry units, for example, that are made out of cement and aggregates, et cetera, that we would call concrete. So the steel element reminds us that this thing called concrete internally is composite. And so I was wondering if we follow the steel, whether this takes us back to the clocks and the steam engines again, or we wind up somewhere else. And the steel I had in mind initially was the Bartholdi statue of Egypt. I think it's called Egypt Bearing the Light of Asia. That was proposed for the mouth of the Suez, but was never built in Port Said, but did wind up being built in a kind of modified form here in New York Harbor as the Statue of Liberty. And the steel frame of that structure and structures like it, the Eiffel Tower, et cetera, from this time period, and this sort of matrix of relations that you've laid out, live on in cultures, the design cultures and the intellectual communities that have come together here to discuss materials. And they live on, but maybe a little bit differently. I'm using the metaphor, this vitalist metaphor, live on, et cetera, kind of knowingly. So I'm kind of wondering if we begin the discussion of concrete with the steel, and recognize steel as itself a bearer of many of the contradictions, as also belonging to the coal the age of coal that remains with us and so on, and kind of is haunted by these enfolded temporalities. Do we wind up any place different? Do we need another conference, or do we somehow circle back, to put it that way, to where we've been all along? I don't know. So, what do you think, Steele?
I'm showing everybody the light.
Yeah, there we are.
This is the original statue, originally intended for Port Said, and eventually built in modified form right here in New York City.
Yeah.
Oh, Reinhold, this is a wonderful question, because one feature of the process that I'm describing, and actually one point of frustration for many Egyptians, is that everything still comes from abroad and is assembled in situ. So if we start with this, if we start with the steel, concrete is not a local material. So, and I think that makes a tremendous difference. And concrete has this character, this character of being local, but being also Western, requiring expertise from Europe or elsewhere. So it's kind of dual purpose of being both local and not. Exactly has to do with its composite nature and the wedding of cement and steel. So I think this is really a way to inflect the conversation in fascinating ways.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I had in mind also with the steamships, the railroads, all of which belong to this ecology of steel that, as you showed it with concrete, in turn intersects with and depends upon the deep history of coal and its modern geographies, in ways that to some extent do map onto one another, like in what you said about the railroads, and in other ways don't. And then to kind of bring it fast forward, because I don't remember offhand the numbers. Forrest, maybe you remember, like steel production contributes some quite comparable degree of CO2 these days. And for in the building economies that we're talking about in contemporary cities, for example, it had been the case, and I think it varies case to case, that labor costs, one very deterministic, but I think probably not entirely inaccurate reason or argument that's often cited for the predominance of concrete construction in the global South and under conditions of so-called development, et cetera, is the availability of relatively inexpensive or cheap, or even in the case of the Canal Corvée labor, whereas steel is made in factories and shipped, and the sort of division of labor operates differently along the networks of steel. And in cities like New York, this was for a long time the reason that was cited. Why is New York a city of steel skyscrapers? Well, because of this division of labor. This has changed, and even sometimes I appeal to the engineers here for a second. I've known or known of projects in which the material is changed sort of midstream. They design a skyscraper initially for steel, then the construction costs, labor costs, that equation between labor, material, and transportation, changes, and suddenly you have a steel building rather than a concrete one, or vice versa. The Trump Tower, by the way, is a concrete building, I believe, even though it looks like it should be steel. So that economy, that exchangeability, I guess, was what I'm getting at, also occurs under specific political, economic, geographic, situated sort of conditions. What doesn't seem to change much is the carbon emissions. So I think this is where your point is taken again, that underneath or within and kind of in the seams of all of this is the Anthropocene. So I don't know. I didn't want to dwell too much on that, but it seemed, I don't know if anybody else has any.
Reinhold, I was going to say, it's always struck to me that there's an economy of visibility and this is very local to the history of architecture, where the 19th century is supposed to have made steel eminently visible. it became this visible supplement to stone in the 19th century Beaux-Arts architecture of Labrouste, etc.
Yeah.
And then gets subsumed, you know, and then gets sort of debated and shaped into forms which are supposed to be properly modern, let's say, as opposed to concrete, whose story is that it was there all along, masquerading as stone, and only and is revealed to have been modern all along, or something like that, as opposed to steel's history, which is, or iron's, it's really metal, which is was trying to you know, show itself off as being a slight modification of Beaux-Arts architecture, and had to be radically transformed by engineers, had to go outside of architecture in a sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. In fact, you know, what I had in mind with the jetties and so on is that, you know, under those conditions, concrete, what is concrete? It's not stone. Like it, otherwise, if there was stone available, it would have been stone.
Yes.
So whereas under this, in the skyscrapers, what is concrete? It's not steel.
Yeah, yeah. I like very much Owen's bringing up of concrete already as a repair material. I mean, this goes also to Lola's, like, couldn't you add a little bit of concrete? Yes, it was there all along, and it didn't need to be featured heroically, even in the lighthouse, that it was there as an ingredient of repair from the beginning.
Yeah, but in the context of these long timescales we've arrived at now at the end, right? I think the feedback loops of the materials have come to the fore, and things like steel now are mostly talked about in the context of what percentage of your steel is recycled when you start a project. And that ends up playing out in the dynamics of calculating what your decisions are in a strange and new way, I would argue today, like particularly in the competition between new massive timber buildings versus steel versus concrete. Like there's a new player in the game, and it's largely because the equations maybe have shifted slightly, though I would say not very precisely. And the lack of precision maybe comes from exactly where Owen sort of ended on this geological, like how do we bring in geological timescale impacts of what we represent, what you showed in the wonderful image at the end, and what Felix showed at the beginning of all the curves of things that are changing rapidly, but like to us sitting here in the next 10 minutes, it's still not rapid enough to really bring into the equation that the person at the project site is calculating how much is this building going to cost over the next few years. And I think that time scale is the one that is yet to fold in effectively, I guess, to make those decisions between not just steel and concrete, but also just sort of bringing in the other externalities, many of which I think had very good points made today about. But I'm still at a loss to whether those complexities can really come together.
I have just one more quick question. I see Sophia has a question as well. So I just on the time scale question for Owen, and then we can go to Sophia. I just wanted to add, since this was a you know, in terms of circling back to the beginning, and clearly the three of you are in sync in terms of periodization. The 100-year time frame is a meaningful one, but you did refer, and others did too, to what's sometimes called the Great Acceleration and other, you know, moments of change, of you know, a temporal change, speeding up, and maybe there are even moments of slowing down that mean something to us, both historically and in terms of the urgencies of the present. So is there something to be said? Okay, if we go back to the 100-year time frame, about prioritizing that vis-a-vis concrete, and then over the Great Acceleration, for example, or should these be seen in some sort of rhythm or something like that?
Yeah, can I add to that? I'll just piggyback into that question for Owen. You see, your argument reminded me of, you know, arguments by historians of like Christophe Bonneuil's argument, for example, that there's incredible hubris to calling the Anthropocene, and I mean, you've made this argument in print too, that of naming a certain age as the human age, and that we should not resort to geological times, not resort to two different temporalities, because it's narcissistic. My sense is that in architecture, this has the effect, it's also narcissistic, of course, but in a certain sense allows architects to self-anthropologize, and it's meant as a critical gesture that says, look at what you will build in, you know, millennia, it will have this effect. So I think architecture considers itself a uniquely sort of impactful discipline on the earth, or something like that. So are you saying that we should not, are you recommending we don't refer to alternate, let's say geological temporalities, or are you simply trying to rescue, let's say 19th century temporalities such as the Ottoman time, which is also 19th century, but more sociable or more attuned to, social distortions?
Yeah, so to all of these questions, part of the literature on the Anthropocene is organized around a competition for the starting point. The Industrial Revolution, post-war, the discovery of fire, the agricultural revolution, you name it. But I think it's much more useful if the Anthropocene, or whatever we want to call it, is a hyper-object, in Timothy Morton's phrase, then it's something that has multiple points of entry. And it is not something that is organized around a single beginning. So I think that I'm not trying to move away from or to do away with the time of geology. I'm trying to kind of critique it from within and inflect it from within and synchronize what is kind of deemed purely diachronic to show that there are various kind of inflections of deep time, of geology, and I think also practically or politically, this is now, the Anthropocene is the only game in town. It doesn't make sense to replace it with the Capitalocene or Plantationocene or whatever scene, but rather to pluralize it and to kind of absorb all of these things inside it. Also as a way to kind of promote what you are doing, to kind of bridge between scientists, even if they are geologists, and humanists, or people kind of thinking of politics, and politics is a human thing.
Fantastic, great.
Yes. So Sophia had your hand up. You there?
Yeah,
Hi.
This has been tremendously fascinating. And one of the things I was thinking about following on On's talk is, so a couple of theories of temporality have been floating around these conversations over the course of the day. I know Chakrabarty's been brought up a few times. And I was thinking about the way in which Chakrabarty talks about how, the Anthropocene is this moment in which humans have intervened into or interpenetrated into geological history. And he actually uses a geological metaphor in talking about this, right? So Chakrabarty says that we've overcome this rifting or faulting between human time and deep time. And I find this incredibly problematic because I don't think that there really was a rift in the first place. But one of the things that I was thinking about, following on what On just said, is that perhaps a better model for this relationship between the time of human experience and the time of geological periodization or geological epochs comes from someone that Lucia and Forrest cite, right? Reinhard Koselleck, who talks about what he calls stratigraphic time, and the notion that natural history is something that gets interbedded with human history, right? And so your reference of the 100 years as this moment in which we try to naturalize the century as a unit seems important to that issue as well, no?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think it speaks to the rate of change problem. Yeah.
No, and I can add to that Koselleck, in many places in Neuzeit and in other, for example, take this famous kind of description of what happens to revolution, which enters politics as it kind of exits the circulation of seasons. But again, like with the tree that Lucia started us off with, it's a post-seasonal or it could be a post-natural temporality, also in the sense of extending rather than just breaking with. So I think this kind of Koselleckian time and treatment of time is very fruitful, and we should all kind of revisit and excavate his writings for these bridges between the natural, or the human and the planetary, which Dipesh Chakrabarty asynchronizes in an unfortunate way.
One thing that's interesting is that we've seen several examples so far today of an architecture which calls for an interpretation of accumulation, of material accumulation. Certainly this was true of Atea's shell buildings, which are shells and therefore appropriate for just storage of piles of stuff, right? You don't need an architecture. If you need to store piles of stuff, you can either make a cylinder where it adopts the volume, or you could just make a pile and you put a roof on top. And that this was very quickly imported into the same kind of diagram as the geology, but it wasn't geology, it was the market. It was the fluctuation of the price of grain. So there's ways in which I think architecture gets, at least in the 100-year period in which we're describing things, the architecture of reinforced concrete gets put in the service of either visualizing a cumulative temporality or not. And I think, Reinhold, this would make it very different from steel. Like steel would be the standard object that gets, multiplied and sent and is self-similar everywhere it goes, as opposed to, except in the case of the Statue of Liberty, of course, which is not self-similar. But in the case of concrete, you really give the designer the opportunity to either represent a cumulative notion of time, one where temporal passage is represented as material accretion or not. But this would seem to make it, the last 100 years very different, let's say, than the years before. Mm-hmm. And it strikes me that this also makes it very different from the Anthropocene, where so that would be, I guess I would want to know from Owen, do we let that enter the sheer material visualization of a temporal accumulation? Do we let that enter or be one of the entry points into the Anthropocene? Or do we just say, well, this is a sort of ideological, scrim that architects are telling themselves, in order to represent dominant temporal modes?
Are those necessarily separate?
Okay, good, touche, good, yes. So the architectural indices of entry point, architects are designing entry points into the Anthropocene.
Yeah, one of the things, the reason I was asking about the so-called great acceleration, though, I know many reasons, but one would be to think about how we think about periodization. I think this conversation is helping in that, including the discussion you just were having, Sophia and On, about Koselleck, rather than as compartmentalization or some sort of mechanical stepping from one time zone to another in a way, and more like a kind of pulsation or of rates of change, of stasis, of force. So, for example, in the now canonical early scientific articles that define these things like Anthropocene and great acceleration, I think it's in the Stefan Crutzen literature somewhere, I forget. They have all these graphs. It's like 16 or 18 little graphs. They all look the same. They all go like this. And many of them make a lot of sense and correlate in terms of deforestation or whatever. I mean, ecosystem loss, etc. But then one of them has to do with the number of McDonald's that there are in the world. And it's first of all, it's striking to me. This is and the flip side of the discussion about beauty the other day at the other panel. The degree to which something that seems utterly extrinsic and extra scientific in a sense to this conversation is necessary, or at least judge a useful placeholder for something else that is not captured in the other graphs that are define other more logical correlations. Now, it's not to say that this isn't logical, but the logic is different. So it's kind of in that spirit that I'm kind of asking about the steel concrete dialectic, that if we, would the 100 years or would the pulsation, because does it look the same from that point of view when you discuss other when this whole discussion is refracted through other material complexes. Is the common denominator still going to be coal? Probably in most cases. Does it matter if there's some sort of subtle inflection in terms of the energetics and or the natural history of these materials, for the bigger picture that we're collectively trying to paint? I don't know, Lucia, yours.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the McDonald's is the steel model. It's the consumptive model. The reason they have that probably.
Yeah, it stands for.
To tie it to consumption, to tie it to an idea that we all eat the same thing and whatever. And so indeed, the idea that steel goes everywhere paints a picture of architects and designers as consumers of a product that comes to them, as opposed to the concrete mode, which is one where, although we have just been describing for now 2 conferences that it does take an industry to make the cement, and that's extractive, and it attracts monopoly and everything. There is a market for it, there's control. Still, the person building their concrete home at home with steel found on the ground considers themselves not to be a consumer, but to be a builder of something. So those would seem like, when I was thinking whether the tree model is being subsumed under this, or whether it's, whether, as you said, concrete is an extension of the tree. The tree model that we would have to have now is that any tree that you take to build something, you have to imagine that somebody's gonna plant another tree in order for the exchange to work. So to me, the concrete extension works slightly better than to me, Reinhold, the steel is the McDonald's.
Yeah.
But I want to add, I want to do to McDonald's what I tried to do to time of coal and concrete, because I think this kind of infatuation with McDonald's has its roots in the Benjamin Barber kind of McWorld versus Jihad.
Yeah, McWorld, right.
Which your colleague Timothy Mitchell inflected with the notion of Mac Jihad.
Right.
In other words, McDonald's branches couldn't be more different in different places in the world. In many of them, you can't buy meat. Which is the reason they would be on one of these hockey sticks. So, so I think we need to kind of pluralize McDonald's as much as exactly like we need to pluralize concrete and coal and so on and so forth. And the other thought, apropos what you're saying, Reinhold, about the Great Acceleration, and that's why I mentioned this joke by David Wallace Wells. Maybe 1945 isn't late enough. Maybe we need to kind of look at what's happening in the 1990s. So we can't really choose. It's also a question of responsibility, right? We can't kind of excuse from responsibility those political actors who would find it more comfortable to begin the conversation or the Anthropocene in one point or the other. It's all of the above, I think.
Yeah. Well, one way to think about that is that the tendency, especially in our field, the architecture and its allied fields, to want to quantify things that have to do with the earth, deforestation, to quantify that and to tie that to periodization is very strong. And we've been doing it now. We're doing it in our paper, and Reinhold just did it with steel. And it sounds like you're calling in a way on for quantification of just more human phenomena, which would inevitably lead to the diversification. And even the theorists of the Great Acceleration have done this. They have said, well, there was a Great Acceleration, although you can still find places in which you would have had made your own, made and had your own breakfast or something like that. So it sounds like just the sheer emphasis on the human diverse phenomena, sort of reception of these material phenomena would do that.
But I think there's still. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, there are humans and there are humans, and then in the spirit of differentiation and we want to begin by recognizing with that differentiation comes struggle. I read that to be, more than between the lines of your point about labor in the very beginning there. So what's interesting to me about how we periodize, this is a little bit analogous to the Koselleck. What Koselleck does, a decidedly anti-revolutionary historian, this is somebody who's writing in a sense against those historiographical traditions that want to, in one way or another, remember the revolution, even if it's, in its failures. The war, another name for the Great Acceleration, especially with architectural historians, because Reconstruction after the Second World War is so important in spreading, in kind of the growth of various modernist idioms and so on, that we could just call it post-war. And that is in some sense a Mumfordian characterization as well, to the extent that Mumford is a kind of historian or thinker who spends time with the implements of war as, to some extent, generative or productive of human relations, and as well as reflective of these kinds of struggles. And so if we replace the struggles, or supplement, let's not say replace, but supplement the conflicts that come with Anthropocene thinking, which I think, I don't know if we're agreeing on this, but my sense is that Chakrabarty shies away a little bit from this when he drifts towards natural history. He leaves behind some subaltern studies, good solid Gramscian, kind of counter-hegemonic thinking, is to ask, how does what we call post-war look different when thought of as, on the one hand, as continuous with this 100-year history that you're trying to lay out. It's just war by other means. In other words, concrete is war by other means after the war, when you're counting the carbon. And or discontinuous in terms of what either accelerates and or changes in other ways. Because this is for historians, especially for those of us who deal with the built environment, a regular, it's almost a cliche that the various wars, interrupt construction and they produce new technologies, and therefore,
yeah, but there are events and moments maybe relative to the material, to the plots, the many plots of the accelerations. Most of those accelerations don't register these individual events or revolutions. And so the question is, how does something that spans the century enact a revolution when it's, although seemingly a great acceleration, relatively slow compared to most things that cause revolutions, I would argue. But I guess the context I place that in. What's that?
I'm just following you guys leading. If Owen wants to meanwhile respond, we do have a question in the chat.
No, I was just going to frame that as a question in the context of how do we situate that in the modern evolution of, well, the Great Acceleration as one term, but the positivist framework of sustainability and the 1990 Earth Summit, and how we've tried to create, Donella Meadows and systems theory about can we model all these complex things, and are there ways to be reactive to all these dynamics of dynamics? And part of me says no, but I think rhetorically we have to say yes, I guess. I mean, that's what I'm wondering in the context of the different timeframes you've presented, whether we have a strong way to claim there should be a change and a shift in thinking, right? Because generally, I don't see where in history we have made a significant change in behavior due to such a slow and incessant shift in the underlying driving mechanisms that would cause the change, I guess. Like even for coal, like the fact that coal is still used, right? There's so many reasons it shouldn't be. And you've plotted out this wonderful history of how it continues to be. And I think that within that, they're hybridizing that with these redefining timescales and recognizing what is a rapid rate of change, I think is where there maybe is a pathway to a different kind of argumentation. But I don't know if you would agree.
I mean, I don't have an answer. I have a a way to kind of make the story more complex, because I think the temporal conundrum that we're alluding to is also relevant to how we think of energy. So coal is on the rise in total sums of emission, but on the rapid decline as kind of as part of the pie. So I think the abstraction of energy and this kind of dual nature of how we think of energy and the introduction of statistics to our thinking of energy is very similar to what to how we think of time. And I think this is one of the ways that, or one of the junctions that your concrete is kind of raising.
Yeah, that's very helpful, actually. One of the most humbling parts of this project for me, and working with Forrest, has been to notice how much the narratives given by popular history make it into the presentations of scientists who are quantifying time in a legitimately precise way, even whether they're talking about millennia or whether they're talking about their experimental, increments. Inevitably, some large-scale periodization that a historian has made makes it into the introductory paragraph. Since the dawn of time, pyramids have done this, and as the architectural historian who is taught to disclaim that they are not a scientist, that they only are telling narratives, and that insofar as they talk about centuries, those are not exactly 100 years, of course. It's a very humbling problem to encounter. How does one change the way one tells history when faced with scientists who would very gladly change how they talk about periodization and correlate their own timekeeping, very precise timekeeping, to some larger narrative? So the way you just described it was very helpful, which was that it seems like accounting and risk and energy go together. And this is the story of 100 years of concrete is, of course, not really about 100 years. It's not really about geological time. It's about the advent of this probabilization in all forms of ways, in timekeeping and in also construction. Let's say, to dumb it down super, to the lowest level.
Yeah, exactly. I know, and as an engineer, I'll just confirm that I would be 100% as a believer in time driving everything, but it's exactly that kind of narrative to rethink how the steam engine and energy is actually feeding back and changing that, where perspective can help, technical thinkers also reimagine what the problem really they're working on is and what the driving forces are. I think that's equally important to the historian recognizing sort of how technologists are leveraging the history itself.
So, I think that's what, Lewis Mumford, when he said the clock is what matters, he's trying to account for probability. He's trying to account for those managers who are using clocks to decide how the built environment is made. And I think your retort, which is actually the steamship did that work. The steam engine coal did that work, but it's still a time of temporal probabilization. I see that Sophia has written in the chat.
Yeah.
Periodization is a parallel process in geological timelines and socio-cultural divisions. Yes, excellent. Okay, so I will invite our panelists. Sophia, that will count as your parting thought.
Or feel free to jump on with another one, everybody.
Or if you want to give live an alternate parting thoughts. And I will.
Yes, the marathon Zoom is coming close to it.
Thank you all so much for your amazing talk and for being such a good intellectual companion all this time and in this particular instance. And thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you, Reinhold, for joining us in the concluding, and thank you to everybody who's staying up late to be with us. So any concluding thoughts from our participants? We should let people go. It's Friday. I really, it's very hard to be part of a conference where the modes of research and of data presentation are so different, and people are coming from such different places. But I thought that we did have some threads. So I don't know, I'm pretty pleased, at least with the number of questions that are unresolved, that cohere as unresolved questions. Please just jump in if you have any parting thoughts.
Yeah, any thoughts? But I'm sure everybody doesn't want to start a whole new debate.
Or we could just thank you all.
Yes, we could just thank you. So everybody, we'll give them a moment of silence in case somebody has a really burning thought they want to.
And it better be burning.
Besides Happy Friday.
Okay. All right, in the absence.
All right. Well, in that case, I get to thank Lucia for putting up with me, I guess, and to all of you for also enduring a long Friday of presentations. It was wonderful. I, again, can't imagine it coming together better. And everybody did a wonderful job of responding to each other. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really, now we have to rewrite the paper. We can't take the paper away. Also to the audience, our paper's coming out in a volume edited by Aggregates, which is titled Evidence, Narrative, and Architectural History. Unfortunately, it won't have any of the changes that we would make now that we know.
Yes. Particularly after presenting it this morning, we're realizing that we're re-saying some of the things that we learned that needed to be modified more from the last conference. But we appreciate everybody's comments and responses to some of the points we were trying to bring forward.
Yeah, this is the brilliance of having an ongoing project. And there will be a YouTube video of this event. And then we also have a link to the Vimeo, which was the Princeton event. And we hope to reconnect with everybody on the other side. Thank you and have a good Friday afternoon or night. I hope.
Yes.
I think it's late enough for everybody.
And don't forget your mothers, and to Lola, who's braving this, about to become a mother. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
And thank you to Lila for shepherding us through the logistics of all this.
Yes.
Thanks everyone. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.